directly to Hollywood, or there will be it cannot be off, not even an 1/4 of an inch.
The date is the 21st day of October, 1997. The survivor's name is Harry Lerner. The interviewer's name is Miriam Karp. The city is Asheville in the state of North Carolina, United States of America. The interview is being conducted in English. My name is Miriam Karp. I'm conducting an interview with Harry Lerner in Asheville, North Carolina, the United States of America on October 21st, 1997. What is your name and the spelling of your name?
My name is Harry Lerner, Harry, Lerner, Lerner.
And what was your name when you were born?
Herman, Herman.
Do you have a middle name?
No.
Where were you born?
I was born in Hungary. Kisvárda is the name, Kisvárd. It was in the eastern part of Hungary, very close to the border of Czechoslovakia. So it was a flat land, agriculture, a lot of wheat, a lot of corn, and everything that goes with corn, especially. People raised pigs, and raised cattle, and it was an agricultural area. And Kisvárda was the center of the activities in the area of maybe 20 or 25 little villages who used to bring their products into the city, at the same time take the products what they needed in exchange back to their villages. So Kisvárda was a very lively city, a lot of stores, a lot of warehousing, and it was basically the place where it provided jobs in Kisvárda for the people. There's various businesses, and I predicted had they leave it alone, today the city would be about 3 times the size and 100 times more prosperous. But because what has happened, it is just there on the map, but nothing else, as far as I'm concerned.
When were you born?
I was born in December 1923.
And how old are you now?
73.
And what was your father's name?
Mendel, Mendel, Lerner, Lerner.
And where was he born?
He was born in Romania, in the area where the mountains are reaching up to the sky and the valleys reaching down so deep, and there used to be rivers, and he and his father, they were loggers of lumber. And as a young boy, then later on he went to study to a city of Sziget. Sziget is a very famous place because Mr. Eli Wiesel comes from Sziget. So many other people come from Sziget who made a mark on themselves. From there he studied and he got married at a very early age. He must have been around, if I recall, maybe 20 or 21.
What was your father's occupation?
At the time I remember, when I was growing up, he was in the feather business, down, goose feathers, duck feathers, and also some other feathers what they used to use for decorative, ladies use feathers for decorative hats and so forth.
What did he do? What did he do with the down?
Well, we purchased the downs from those people who were going around from village to village and buy it from the people who were raising the geese and the ducks, and they usually in the summertime they used to take their feathers several times. And then around in the fall time or the winter time, they would go in and take these feathers out from their places and sell it to the peddlers. So people have money to buy pepper and salt and oil to burn in the lamp and spices, but these people did not have. They did not grow spices. And spices was very important. Also, clothes such as clothes and fabric for the covers of the beds, and for whatever reason people need money, but they don't grow in their own gardens or their own fields, and that was very important for them to have a place to come into my town to get rid of that merchandise, to get rid of those products and make money.
And what did your father do with the down that he was sold?
Well, we bought the feathers from various places, and in various places the feathers were different qualities. The quality I mean is where there was rivers, and the geese and the ducks grow up on rivers. The feathers were much more whiter, luscious, and more soft, and much more better looking for the eye. Some other places where the geese and the ducks did not have water, they did not live in the water, their feathers was broken and it was filthy, not too white, but it had a little color. So we bought feathers from all those areas, as I said, and we brought them into the warehouse, and we have made one type of feather. We mixed it, the darker ones with the white ones with the darker ones, the ones, but it was also used feathers. People used to sell their pillows and used to sell their downs. Actually, they used to sell it because they needed money to buy all those things, as I said previously, their grocery money. And we have mixed it, and then we sold the feathers as a one quality. One quality. We used to sell it to Budapest, and Budapest used to sell it to other countries. A lot of it went to Germany.
What did your father look like? How would you describe him, his looks?
Well, I know for a fact that he was a man with normal looks, number one. He was straight standing, he was sitting straight up, he was walking very nicely, and he was healthy. He was only, when I remember him, was anywhere from when he was 48 or 48 to 54 for 6 years. And he was almost good looking. He had naturally a beard, but the beard taken away, he would be as good looking as maybe I am.
And what kind of person was he?
Good man, kind, and he was very friendly to the farmers, to his fellow workers who worked in the same field. He was dealing with the people on a very straightforward way. He was advancing money for these peddlers who came in, who really didn't have, sometimes money to go out to the villages and buy the feathers. He would advance them the money, and then they would come in later on with the merchandise or with the feathers, and he would scale it, buy it, pay it. And then they would pay a little bit back, little by little, unless if someone went broke to the point, then he fell out altogether. He wasn't a peddler no more, because he didn't come out. He spent all his money for other personal reason. So they paid him a good price for the feathers, and many people, many peddlers he must have at least 50, and more or less they made a living, not a luxurious one, but nevertheless enough money to buy the clothes and buy the groceries and have the basic necessities. They were not rich or not even well-to-do, but good enough that they never went on welfare.
What did you learn from your father?
The number one, honesty. And you tell it as it is. He also used to tell me that if you tell it as it is, that you never have to change your mind, that you have said something that is not proper. So therefore, good or bad, I learned from him that you tell it as it is and you never stumble. Good or bad. It always comes out in the wash if you just tell it the truth. And I would say this is something I learned from him.
Was your father a citizen of Hungary?
Yes.
And what was his relationship to the country, being a Hungarian citizen?
He paid his taxes.
Was that important to him, to be a Hungarian citizen?
Important, yes.
In
By
what-
the way, if you will realize that Hungarian Jews, many of them were more Hungarian than Jews. They have many Jewish people in Hungary have never spoken any other language but Hungarian. And if you would speak Jewish in the front of them, they would scold you. You know, you are in Hungary, why don't you speak Hungarian?
What about your father?
My father spoke Yiddish, and my mother spoke Yiddish. All the time in the house. Unless we went outside or we were communicating with other people in the front of others, we would never talk. No other language so people should not understand. This is also because of sensitivity, that you don't talk from someone, you do not talk a language, but the other fellow might overhear you or hear you in your presence, because that might be suspicious, so you would never speak Jewish or Hebrew, no, Jewish actually, that is.
What was your mother's name?
Sarah.
And where was she from?
She was born in a little village next to Kishwarda, about 20 miles down the road.
What was the name of that village?
Tass, T-A-S-S.
And what was she like?
I really have to recall because I don't have a picture of her and I don't even remember how she looked. It is already now several years, certainly, since 1944, and I cannot make her out. I'm trying to compare her to a picture I have here who is a soldier on the picture, and he's a brother of my mother. So when I look at him once in a while, I'm trying to make out my mother's face, but I don't remember. However, I know that she was red-headed.
What do you remember about your mother from when you were a child?
She was very hard-working, very hard-working. She was on the go from morning till night, doing all the chores, including chopping wood sometimes if wood was not chopped, and to make a fire in the oven.
Did you have brothers and sisters?
Yes, I did.
How many did you have, and would you tell us their names?
Yeah, I have 5 brothers, including me, and their name was L-I-P-O-T, Lipot, and Joseph, and Pinkas, P-I-N-K-A-S, and Herman, that's me, and Nandor, N-A-N-D-O-R. Then I had 2 sisters. My older sister's name was Goldie, and my younger sister was Dina, or Doro, D-O-R-A. My older sister, Goldie, as a child, she was in a sickness some kind of a typhus, something like that, where it affects you, not only physically, your body, but it also affects your mind. And I recall clearly that she could do certain things very precisely and accurately, but she was not able to keep a conversation where it was, I should say, make out a lot of sense. She would be off while yonder, while she was trying to tell one thing, but she said another thing. So she was, I could say, not confused, but it was something what happened to her and caused this problem. So therefore she was never married. She was born in 1910. So in 1944 she was 44 years old. 34. And she was home, and she was a great helper to my mother. She was my mother's helper. And she also did a little bit in the warehousing, what we had, the warehouses, and she was helping there. I recall one thing, that she would do the chores in the house, and she would do it very willingly, especially when we would promise her something. We would promise her a comb, or promise her a new dress, or promise her something what she was fond of, a chain or something like that. She would really go and do the things precisely and exactly. And she also used to, for example, she used to take my shoes, and I was somebody that she cared more than for the other brothers and sisters, and she would clean my shoes every Friday, because Friday evening we go to services. She wanted to make it sure that I have clean shoes. And then at one time, or another time, or several times, I threatened her with something very, very bad, and she was terribly scared of anything bad. She was just literally paranoia. And when she calmed down, then I would tell her that, Goldie, I just meant a joke. She said, you really mean it was a joke? I said, yes, it was a joke, don't worry about it.
Did you have a favorite sister or brother who you were closest to?
Not really.
How did all of the children get along with each other?
Fine.
And what did your house look like? Where did you live?
It was less attractive than the one I have here now.
Could you describe it?
Yes. We lived in 3 rooms. We had a big kitchen, and it has no floor other than dirt. And we had 2 bedrooms. The kitchen served for a dining room. It served for a living room, for a recreation room, for an office, and whatever else you would do in a house, especially since my father always were folding over papers and books. And then we had 2 bedrooms, where there was 1 bedroom was for my parents. In the other bedroom, as far as I remember, I slept with my brother in 1 bed.
Which brother?
On Nandor, until about the age of 13 or 14. And in the other room, my 2 sisters lived. By that time, my other brothers were married and gone from the house. So we had plenty of room.
What about grandparents? What was your relationship with them when you were a child?
I only knew my mother's mother, who was a saint. That's what they called her. She was well known in the city, because she was coming from a very prominent family who they called a religious family, very scholarly, and she used to light 36 candles every Friday night. And the reason that she lighted 36 candles is because she has calculated all those, the parents from both sides, the children, and some more people who were her favorites, and she lit a candle. And many, many times, she didn't have the money to buy the 36 candles. But if she didn't have the money to buy the 36 candles, she would get credit in the store and she would pay it up eventually. I remember her that I used to go to her house to visit, and if I would not come consistently, then she would complain, "Now why didn't you come to visit your grandmother?" So, you know, your grandmother is not so well, and she could use some company. She says, "I apologize," and I says that I'll try to make it more often from now on. But in the meantime, she made me sit down and read her the newspapers. She didn't see by that time. She must have been more than 90 when I was just a young lad. And I used to read the paper, and she was interested what is happening in the world. And I read her the papers, and she would say, "This is all the news, this is all that's going on." I says, "Grandma, there's nothing I can do. I could only read to you what is in the paper." He says, "That's not a lot." I says, "What are we going to do, you know, about this situation, what is outside? Hatred and prejudice and all those bad things going on, and political and everything. Who is going to change this?" I said to her, I says, "Grandma," I says, "look, we cannot ask to these people who are now in power to change, because usually they don't change, but let's ask some other government should come who could do better." And that was actually, then I would give her a glass of water, you know, or just anything what she would ask me, to the bed, and I would say goodbye and go back to the house or go to school or whatever. So, and she died at 1938.
What was religious observance like in your household?
Very orthodox, very observant. There was, I would say, kosher. Kosher means this was separate the dishes. There was the milk dishes, in the milk spoons, forks, and knives. That was kept in one place, and everything what it was used when meat was involved, there we would keep in another place all that dishes. Not because we had so much money to buy two kinds of dishes, but because of the religious reasons. That was more important than clothes or shoes or whatever. My father was a very observant person. So religious, yes. Kosher, yes.
What was Shabbos like in your house?
Well, it was difficult for me on Shabbos, on the Saturdays, because my father used to go to services at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning, and he would come back 12 o'clock. And he found, when he does that, and I go to services 8 o'clock, not 9 o'clock, but 8 o'clock, to another group who conduct services, and I am ready 10 o'clock. So from 8 to 10 I would be at services, and I would come home, and I would do my own thing. My father would only come back from services 12 o'clock. So therefore he was questioning, what in the world did I do for 2 hours? So did I open up a book? Did I do something worthwhile? I was in the house on Saturday. Did I study? Did I look over the weekly portion to repeat it or to remember it? Or did I read a book where it teaches you morals and all the good things, like the Pirkei Avot? I says, Daddy, I says, I'm relaxing for 2 hours. Everybody was running around and you didn't do nothing. He says, how could you waste 2 hours? So after a while, my father changed his mind, and he went also to services at early in the morning. So he would come back by 10 o'clock, and I would be sitting there, and I had to sit down at the table and do the things what he wanted me. What he wanted me to do is just keep studying and studying and studying and studying, reading and reading, and that was his life, to see that his children should get all there is to be gotten from the Bible and the related Bible. He was preaching to me already when I was 6 years old. I said, we have to prepare ourselves, the future life. The future life is another planet. In other words, we had to do things on this world, so we could to reap something from the next world. And I would have rather just do things in this world and also reap in this world in a hurry. I wanted instant gratification, but my father promised eternal, and I did not want to do that. But in his way, he tried to make it sure that I should anyways read as much as I can about it, and then one day I could make up my own mind.
What kind of formal Jewish education did you have?
Jewish education started at the age of 4.
Where was that?
I was going to a school where they taught me the ABC in the Hebrew. And it was a chore. Kisvárda was in the eastern part of Hungary, and by November, snow was down. December, big time, the snow. January, February, March, very, very cold. But he made me go to school starting at the age of 4 or maybe 6, I would say.
Who went with you?
6, nobody. I have a lantern, and there was a candle in it, and then because the streets were dark, at that time of the morning, like 6 o'clock or in the morning, and that lantern, and that little lantern with a candle in it, gave me a little more security. It made me feel good. And I just got out from the house by 6 o'clock and went to school. And then if I was lucky, the teacher already made a fire and made heat, generated heat, and it was okay. And many times the teacher didn't have enough wood, so there was still cold. So I was sitting in my coat and studying and doing all those things what the teacher was supposed to teach us.
How long did you go to that school?
Until I was about 7.
And then where did you go?
In 7 I started regular school, Hungarian school that is. And then I went to Hungarian school. Then I was a bigger boy, about 7. Then I used to go 6 o'clock from the house. I would leave, go to the Hebrew school. We would have our prayers and a little bit of studying, and then by 7:15 they would let us out. We had a sandwich or some little bit of breakfast, and at 8 o'clock we started Hungarian, in a Hungarian school. And the Hungarian school is elementary. When we finished the school, around 12:30 or so, then we had lunch for an hour and a half, lunch or lunchtime. And then we went back to Hebrew school, and we stayed from 2 to 7.
What did you do when school was on vacation?
I helped my parents in the business, just doing odds and ends, little things.
We're going to stop here for a tape break. About your school,
And I was curious if you ever had any time for hobbies outside of schooling.
My hobbies was kicking around a rag ball. I used to take someone's socks from the house and fill it with other little rags, rounded it out, make it good and hard, put in a little stone, and sew it up so that it was the shape of a ball. The size was considerable smaller than a regular soccer ball, maybe 1/4 of it. And I used to go out just with the boys and kick around a ball. But it would have been nicer to have a rubber ball or a leather ball, certainly, but there was not enough funds or money to going around to be able to buy that, so we had a rubber ball. And then whenever there was a soccer team playing in the city, I would sneak away even from a school and claim headache or whatever, and I would go and watch the soccer team play through a fence, because going in costed money, and as a kid I didn't have too much, or I didn't have any. We didn't get no allowances like today children get allowances and good allowances too. We didn't even get meager ones. So we had to just do without those things. So that was my hobby, soccer. I loved the soccer. I would have liked to play myself, but because of my father's beliefs in doing other things, I could not play too much soccer in his presence, or he did not advocate it to play. He wanted me by the book all the time.
What else did he disapprove of that you liked to do, or that you wanted to do?
What I liked to do also with my father, he used to go to the every week, once on Thursdays, he used to go to the market where they used to sell cattle, calves, cattle. And while he had his feather business, he was also a cattle dealer. And he was buying cattle, and he was buying calves, and they processed it, and they sold it to the big city, to Budapest. And while I was on the flea market or on the weekly cattle market, I would want to earn some money, and I find a way how to do it. The way I found a way to do it is I went and bought 4 bottles of soda water. In those old-timey bottles where you squirt it out and put in a piece of ice in the bucket, and I had 2 glasses. In the 2 glasses I hygiened it when I upside down in the water, because the ice became eventually water, and I was selling soda water on the market for whatever, 5 cents or 2 cents. When the day was over and I did that, I probably ended up with a couple of dollars. I don't know how much that would interpret in dollars, but it was enough to buy for it some danishes in the pastry shop for my friends who didn't even do that. And then also, I like to do in the market, there was also one of those little horses, like wooden horses, sitting, in that little round, like how would you say that, a ring? A merry-go-round. But the merry-go-rounds then didn't have no motors. So, but the merry-go-round was going around every 5 or 6 minutes, and they needed boys who would go up in the merry-go-round and push it. So I would go up there and push it, the merry-go-round, to get at least, then I had an opportunity to go around several times myself. So this was the way I bought myself a trip on the merry-go-round on the horse, what I liked. So, but then I realized it took away too much time, because I had to stand in line, and there was too many boys who wanted to go in the merry-go-round the same way. So I made up my mind, I'm not going to do it because I'm losing money. I can't sell soda water.
Did you belong to any clubs when you were a child?
No clubs.
Were there any youth movements when you became older in high school?
There was some, but that was only for those boys who were already, I would say, from 18 and up. I'm talking about here, before that time, when I was 10, 11, 12.
Was there any anti-Semitism? Did you experience any anti-Semitism when you were growing up?
There was some, but it wasn't major. The anti-Semitism was not that bad. Here and there you would hear that somebody got beaten up, or somebody broke a window in a Jewish business in a Jewish home, or they would face you on the sidewalk. You were going and he was coming, and if there were two of them, they would throw you off the sidewalk. But that was something what was expected any time. The fact when it did not happen, that was a plus.
Did that ever happen to you?
Only it happened to me when I was at the Levante. There was such a thing that every child after 12 years of age used to go in a field and they would exercise military exercises. The military exercises actually was a physical build-up, the physical capability in case if there ever should be called to military, that you should be ready. And that started at the age of 12. And that was mixed, Jewish and non-Jewish. And there they would probably call you names, especially the one who were conducting or instruct you. You know, say, if you couldn't make 24 push-ups, or you couldn't climb a tree, or you couldn't go across the rope fast enough, they would say, "Oh, you little Jewish rotten kid." I says, it would have been enough to tell me rotten kid, that was enough. Or why it said Jewish rotten kid, but when a child, but when they would name someone else who couldn't do it evenly, you know, they would say, just go ahead and you try again, and he would scold them, but not openly because he's Jewish. So there was in the air that feeling of resentment of Jews. It was a good thing because we were a majority, so they would hit you a little bit here and there, but nothing major. Nothing major. Especially my father had excellent relations with non-Jews because of the fact that he was also dealing with them in cattle. As a matter of fact, some of the cattle people who used to fix up the cattle, to grow the cattle, you know, to a certain weight, they would bring it to the market. They would look for my father, and in the peddlers were mostly Jews and mostly non-Jews and gypsies, few Jews. So my father was a very all-around man, and he was getting along with everyone fine. He did not feel anything special bad.
Where did you go to high school?
I never went to high school. As a matter of fact, my high school was starting the first grade. That was part of my high school. Never went. I just went to elementary school.
And what did you do after you left elementary school?
Then I went to another city or two, and I studied the explanations on the Bible and additional studies what it goes concerning the Bible, Talmud. I studied the Talmud. Studied the Talmud for 10, 12, 14 days, and I was a kid of maybe 13, 14. I left home. I was through with school, and I started another phase of studying, but it was totally different. It wasn't this kind of worldly. I should say. So no math, no physics, no biology, no nothing, astronomy or anything. It was all Talmudic studies.
Whose choice was that you went to?
My father's.
And how did you feel about that?
Well, I had no choice. My father said it, and he set it up for me. He made the arrangements, and that was that. And there was no questions asked.
What city was that in?
Sometimes I liked it. The problem was also that it was very inconvenient.
Where was it?
Because it wasn't something that they send you off and give you X amount of dollars, X amount of clothes and prepare you with all the things what you need while you're away for a year. But you had to be on your own. And on your own, it was difficult. Very, very little funds were coming from the house, from the parents.
Where did you live?
I lived at the school. The school had quarters to sleep, and the pay was coming from my father. That was that, and to the school, and then I was eating every day in another house.
And where was the school? What town or city was it in?
And that was in, if I would tell you, Vásárosnamény. It's very difficult, but it is a Hungarian city. It was 60 miles down the road, or maybe 70, or 100 kilometers. And my father had there someone in the school who he was fond of, and he felt I'm going to get a good Jewish education there, a Talmudic education. But the biggest problem I had is the eating, because I had to eat breakfast my own, dinner my own, but lunch I used to go to a family. What has happened that the families, the Jewish families, committed themselves that they will feed X amount of people every week once. And the lunch used to be, at those times, the big meal. And then when lunchtime comes around 12 o'clock, we would all walk, several boys whom this family committed to, 4 boys, 6 boys, 3 boys, we would go together for lunch. But the lunch would also be all the time very, I should say, it was fulfilling, but it was potatoes or potato soup or bean soup, cabbage soup. It was bread, some butter, and it wasn't chicken noodles. So, as a matter of fact, they always arranged the lunches for the people who used to come, practically cook on the same thing, but another group or another group.
We just stopped for a battery change, and now we're starting again on tape 2 for Harry Lerner. You were describing the lack of food, or the inadequacy of the food that you got when you were studying Talmud. How many years did you study Talmud? How long were you at this school?
Until about 3 years.
And what year was that when you left?
I would say that I left about 1939.
And where did you go when you left?
I went home to the house, and I told my father that this is it. I am not going to stay away from all the activity. I said, you could use some help, and I am not interested anymore in what I'm doing, and I'm unhappy. Let me come home, and I promise you I will do as much as I possibly can at the house to continue my studies, but I want to get involved in what you are doing and help you. And I came, and that was that. And he had no quarrels with that, but I had to promise him that I will sit with him when he's asking me or supervise me in my studies, in the Talmudic studies.
Who else was in your family was working with your father at that time?
2 are my older brothers.
Which ones?
Joseph and Pinchas. They were partners, and my father, they were actually partners together and not only were they partners, but they were also documented. My brother was signing checks, and he was guaranteeing, certain monies when it was borrowed, and another brother was doing the warehousing, and my father was overseeing everything, and he did everything, actually, the whole stock, lock, and barrel, he did. So they were three together, my father, Joseph, my brother, Pincus, my brother, and then I came in, and I started to be involved.
And how did you feel about working in the business?
I loved it, as long as I didn't have to go and study no more out of the city. And I really loved it, because it gives me a chance of traveling, going to places, talking to people, make deals, good ones, bad ones. I was very young, but I did it anyway. As a matter of fact, I have here a little booklet, but I have my father's booklet where he carried the inventory, or he carried the daily or the weekly purchases. And he has my name there. It says Hermus, Hermus. He called me an affectionate name, that what did I do this week? I would go away on Monday and come back on Friday, to always Thursday or Friday, and then for the week I purchased several hundred kilogram or several hundred pounds of feathers, and I would report to my father, and he would write it into the book. So I have it documented right here in a book where it says Hermus, and it says in the city where I was. He would make a note. So Hermus was in this city, and he spent so much money for so much weight in feathers.
And how long did you work for your father?
I think that I worked from about 3 years, actually. 1940, 41, 42, 43.
And then what happened?
And then the avalanche occurred. Then the heavens came down and started the destruction. That was when the Germans marched into Poland towards the end of 1944. End of 43.
Marched into Poland?
Yes.
And what happened in Kisparta at that time?
Well, nothing happened in the very beginning, but it was very quickly after that lots happened. So basically, going back, when you are asking me that how long did I work for my father, I didn't work for my father as such. I worked for the family. So it was a family business, and we were all pulling together. And I came home when I was about 15 or 16. I worked there until I was 19. So about 3 years.
What was the name of your father's business?
Just Lerner, Pincus and Joseph partners. We were in feather business.
And how was your father's business affected by what was going on in the war?
In the
When did it
beginning,
become affected?
in the beginning, since from 1939, when the war started in Poland, in 1940, the business was extremely good. No, as a matter of fact, prices improved, and money was more plentiful, and the family did pretty well. And in 41 was even better. 42 was still okay, and so it was in 43, until the Germans occupied Hungary, or they, in 1944, March the 19th.
And what
Then everything went haywire.
What do you remember about March 19th, 1944?
I remember it clearly. It was a Sunday, and I had made a trip to a city named Košice. I had several people there where I was buying feathers. And when I arrived to Košice, to this other city, I noticed that motorcycles are rambling all over the place, and soldiers, German soldiers, on these motorcycles. I've never seen it before. I've never seen German soldiers on Hungarian soil, especially not in that many people, many soldiers, maybe hundreds. And that was an eye-opener, and I was trying to find out what is going on. I just got off the train and said, well, the Germans entered Hungary. And I stayed there that day, and it was on Sunday, and next day I took the train and back to my town, Kisvárda, and I bought nothing because I didn't see why I should do anything, not knowing what is happening. So I just, next morning I took the train, I went back. And that was the day when the Germans came into Hungary. And they came in from many, many places. So they did not come only in one place and swept all of Hungary from east to west, or west to east, or north to south. They entered wherever there was a border, one shot.
What was the effect on your father's, the immediate effect on your father's business after the Germans came in?
It was pretty bad because we did not expect it to happen. We were hoping that the Hungarian government is going to stand up for their citizens, and in case we are in trouble, they will protect us. But that did not happen at all. So my father always was optimistic, and he was saying that, look, at this time nothing we can do. I don't see how we could escape or we go anywhere. Number one, we don't know why we would have to run anyway. We are American citizens. We live here all our lives. Our grandparents and great-grandparents will all live here. And we will just stay put and see what is happening, what will happen. And he also said, he says, look, he says, I have this belief that the Jewish people in this country will be maybe trepidated and will be scared and will have scary moments, but eventually God will help, and with all these bad things what is taking place at the moment, we will survive still. But never happened. So his prediction and his belief did not happen.
What kinds of restrictions or effects of the Germans coming in happened to you and your family and other Jews?
To me and to my family, there was no different. To those Jewish people in town who had certain businesses, ever since 1941, they brought some new laws. The Jewish people cannot, for example, own a tobacco store to sell tobaccos, could not sell, I should say, strong drinks such as whiskey or wine. They would not allow to buy the tobaccos from the non-Jewish people who would bring in warehousing it. And there would be the colleges would not accept Jewish people unless they were just very few in numbers. And then the tests were so difficult to take that many of the boys who were entering college would have entered college, but they couldn't do it because they have made it so difficult for them, and not to show or whatever, but they could make it. But they did take a few in the school. So all these things were happening. Like he had, if you were owner of a newspaper or printing shop, they would not allow you. They would give it away to someone else who's non-Jewish. So this all started already in 1941. And by the year 1944, when the Germans occupied Hungary, March the 19th, the whole thing just collapsed.
How much longer were you?
When they came in from March the 19th, that was 27 days until April the 16th. March the 19th is 11 days, 16th is 16 days, it's 27 days. In 27 days, they proclaimed all Jews have to gather at certain places, and they put them into a camp. They created a camp. They have cut off from the city X amount of streets and X amount of blocks, and they proclaimed that every Jew, child or women, or anyone who moves and lives will come to this area. That started at April the 16th. The same day, April the 16th, 1944, I was called in to a labor camp. And the reason I was called to a labor camp, and they did not call my brother or my younger brother, but they called me, because I was exactly 20 years old. And the 20-year-old ones were military, they had to serve in the military. They would ordinarily draft you at that time. And that paperwork was already in the making. So instead of sending me the papers and draft me in the military, they drafted me in the labor camp.
Where was the labor camp?
The labor camp was in Košice, in another city in Hungary. So I left that Sunday afternoon again, and I'll never forget it. And I had two of my friends, Philip and Morris, who came and walked me out to the train with my little something, but I had like extra clothes and extra shoes and a little bag full of odds and ends what I thought I would need in a blanket. And at the same time, the people were coming in already on their wagons, horse-drawn wagons, the Jewish families from the suburbs, from the little villages where 12 Jews lived, where 15 Jewish families lived, where 4 Jewish families lived, from all over the area. As I mentioned the way before, there was about 25 or 30 little cities, or little outposts, little villages. All those villages had to come to Kishvarda, and they made this concentration camp. But they also called it a ghetto.
When you left Kishvarda to go to Košice, had your parents already left their home?
No.
When did they leave?
Next day. As a matter of fact, my mother was so busy that Sunday putting away the dishes from Easter, the Easter dishes, Pesach dishes, because April the 16th was, the 15th was the last day of Pesach, of Easter, and then ordinarily they would immediately start putting away all those dishes what they use on that 8th day for Pesach. And she was busy cleaning back and forth and washing the dishes, putting away everything. And I left that afternoon at 3 o'clock on the train. That was the only time I remember that my father said goodbye to me, and he hugged me, and he held me, and he cried.
We need to stop here for a tape break.
Sure.
You were talking about your father telling you goodbye at the station. What did you know about where you were going?
I had no idea. All I knew, I'm going to a labor camp. Hopefully, I was hoping that they treat me right if I do the job. And I was ready to do the job for being treated right.
Could you describe what you found on arriving at the labor camp?
I found as many as 1,000 people who are also the same age, at the same year, who was born in 1923. And it was a bad experience, or a terrible experience. There was no system, there was nobody knew nothing, where to go, where to report, where to register. It was another day or so when we slept in some kind of warehousing until next day, until they organized us and they split up, in groups of 220 boys to one commander. And then when that occurred, then it was a little bit easier just to try to assess what is going on the basis what the commander has talked to us and told us what is his orders, what we will do. And at that time also, I think I was lucky that they were asking everyone of their trade. So they were shoemakers, they were tailors, they were watchmakers, they were painters, they were people who were pianists, people who were doing all kinds of trades, iron work. There was several guys who were doing iron work, and I reported, or I told them that I could take care of horses.
Had you ever taken care of horses before?
Yes, I did. We always had a horse in the barn. We had a couple of cows for milk for the family and making some butter, and we always had one horse or two horses, most of the time one horse, because one horse would do the same thing with two. But many times we had two horses in a wagon, and we would go to the peddlers, to the other villages, with a horse in a wagon and riding on that. So we needed the horses. But most of the time we only had one, because the one could carry a small load or pull a small load, and we only had to feed one horse.
What kind of work did you get when you told them that you worked with horses?
Well, I became in charge of the two horses in the wagon. And then I became the personal chauffeur, or the personal driver for my commander.
Who was your commander?
Szalai László was his name.
And where was he from?
He was working in Budapest somewhere in the office of commerce. He was he was determining the customs of each an individual item when it was coming in to the country, to assess it, the value. And he was drafted. He was a high officer, and he was given the job to manage 220 boys. So did they send many more who was also managing 220 boys, but in different places. But in Košice, that's what happened to me. And then I settled down with the horses. I had a private place where to sleep with the horses in the barn, what was very pleasant, because I had all the straw in the world, while the others slept barely on the floor because there was not enough straw to go around. But I had enough straw under the horses, so I was able to use it for myself. And we stayed there for some time.
How long do you think you stayed there?
I think we stayed there 6 weeks.
And how were you treated in those 6 weeks?
I had no difficulties. We were given food, and we were disciplined for no reason whatsoever, but it wasn't bad. These soldiers who were watching over us were Hungarians, and they were to the regular military. I mean, they were carrying ammunition, and they were carrying guns and everything, and we were just people who were totally shocked what is happening to us, and we were scared and afraid. And we did the best we can to survive the day and then hope for another day. It's not going to be worse. And then what happened in that place, then several days later, they started to give orders for certain groups of workers to go certain places to do certain things. And they were splitting them up in 24 or 36 men to a job. And I had the privilege, I should say, if this is a privilege, to carry the food for them to eat. Therefore, I had a little freedom to come and go through the town and not being molested or asked if I'm Jewish or not, or who I am, what I am, because of the wagon and the horses, what was putting the wagon and the food what I had back in those big jugs, 50-gallon jugs or 25-gallon jugs. I was fairly free. I could have get off the wagon and just say goodbye, run away. I was thinking of that, but then there was no place where to run.
What kind of communication did you have with Kishvarda during that time, in the 6 weeks that you were there? Any news from Kishvarda?
I certainly did. And I have to go back for a moment. When I arrived to Košice, to that labor camp, where we had to come and report, and I reported that I am an expert in taking care of horses, they asked me to go back to Kishvarda with one other comrade and bring the horses and the wagon. And I did.
Whose horses and wagon?
The horses and wagon was taken from a farmer from another city. The name is Domrad, D-O-M-R-A-D. I know because the papers came with the horses and wagon, and the owner of the horses and wagon was registered whose they are belong, but it was confiscated by the army. Now then, so I took certainly advantage of the situation, and I was almost overjoyed that I'm going to have an opportunity to go see my people, my parents, my brothers, my sisters, the kids. And that's exactly what happened. They sent me over the train with an officer, not as a high officer that my commander was, and we were under his supervision, or he guarded us, the two of us, and took us to Kishvarda. When I arrived at Kishvarda, I wanted to go in to the ghetto, because by that time there was already a ghetto. And I was asking the authorities, who was especially in charge of this camp, or the ghetto, that I told them that I'm in the labor camp, and I was sent back home to here to the city to pick up the horses and wagons and report back with the horses and wagon, and I will ask you to permit me to go into the ghetto to see my parents. They said absolutely none. That was distressing, and it was very bad news to me, and I was just didn't know what to do. That was on a Thursday. The reason I remember that it was on a Thursday, because next morning was Friday. And Friday is the one when all the farmers bring in the fish to sell it in the market or in the fish market. There was only once a week where all the fishermen from the Tisa and from the existing rivers in the area, they would fish and bring it to the market, sell it. 99 and 9-10% all the fish was purchased by Jews, because that's a custom by Jewish people. If they go hungry during the week, or they haven't got enough to go around, but for Friday night and Saturday they always come up with some food what is a little different in the week. That was fish. And I remember when I went to the market and bought some fish, first of all, the market was totally empty. There was all the non-Jewish people, fishermen, who had their fish in the front of them in baskets, and they were sitting there. There was nobody to buy. All the Jews was in circled around and in the ghetto, so they will not be able to come out because it was guarded by the gates. They made those makeshift gates in a hurry, like split rails. And you could only come up to here, but not further. Not only that, what they did, they mobilized Jewish boys who they made them guards from the inside, so they themselves should hold back the people who would like to go across the split rails. So I made up my mind that I am going to go out on Friday and buy fish and take it into my parents. How I'm going to take it in, I jump the fence. I just go in, and if I get caught, and if they don't let me out, Tumpy, too bad. But I'm going to take the chance. It's exactly what I did. I bought about 5 kilograms of fish, maybe more. I remember I had a big choice. I bought it for the right price because there was plenty more they would have liked to sell, but didn't know who to buy. So I was able to buy a lot for a little. And I went down to a certain place where our house was, and I knew the inside out and that place. I knew how to approach it from a different place where I would just go across the street and I'm in. It's exactly what I did. I jumped the fence with all the fish, and I stayed there a couple of hours in my father's and mother's house, and it was pitiful, very, very, very sad. All my brothers, 2 brothers, with their children were living in this house. My father, my mother, and my youngest brother, and 2 more families, and my sister, who is also married, and she was 6 months pregnant, and her husband, 6 months or 8 months pregnant, lived in that one house. But I'd like to remind you, as I said, that the whole thing was only 3 rooms, a kitchen, larger kitchen, there's enough for a table and for everything else, and 2 rooms. Now all of a sudden they find themselves in this one house. Everyone. It's totally impossible. But they slept on the floor, and they changed of sleeping in a bed or whatever, but it was a very sad sight to see. My father had a beard all his life, as I remember him, and he cut his beard off because that was an order, because like they would tell you that if you have a beard you might have lice. And they were so hygienic all of a sudden. They squashed you in like sardines, you know what I mean? And they made you live, in places where there was one latrine for 40 people. I mean, it was so ironic, you know what I mean? But they cut you off the beard because that was not clean. And I literally didn't recognize my father. I never saw him without a beard. My brothers did not have no beards. So I saw the conditions. There was very little food. They were missing soap and they were missing the basic necessities. Certain things what they didn't bring with them, but they had to, but they forgot it when they were carried them up from their homes. Whether it was my sister or my brother-in-law, they lived in one place. My brother Joseph and his wife and the kids lived in another place. And Pincus with his wife and 2 kids lived in another place. So all the families, they brought them into one where my father and mother was living. So I stayed there for a couple of hours. I spoke to a couple of my friends, and we find themselves totally speechless. We didn't know what's happening. We really didn't know what's happening. We did not know then that there is such a thing that in Auschwitz. We did not know. We didn't even have a slightest idea, no suspicion. So after 2 hours, I jumped the gate again, out, luckily, sheer luck, because basically I'm here also because there's a lot of luck happened to me, and I'm going to come and tell you the story. And I made my way back to that place where we gathered up, pick up the horses and the wagon, and we went to the stations and we waited for a train who were prepared with a flatbed to take us back to Kosher. So I did go back to the ghetto, and I saw for myself the condition, and I saw my parents there under that condition, but it was existing at that time.
Did you ever get
I never saw him no more, as of today.
And you said you stayed at the labor camp for about 6 weeks?
At that place in Košice.
And then where did you go?
Then they asked us. Now, while I was in Košice, there was something else what has taken place, what is very, very, very important to insert this here. I told you that I was taking food to my several divisions of the boys who were working as laborers, doing various things, from moving stones to the streets and fix the cobblestones, for cutting trees down, for chop wood chop, working on the railroad station to rearrange the stones that should hold the tracks, and the various things what they made our boys do. So therefore I was going also to the railroad station to take the food to the 24 people who were working there. As a matter of fact, I have a picture from that group who was with me, and I don't remember how in the world I got a hold of this picture, but since I was outside and I was not searched on a daily basis, but I still had my own clothes and I had my own little personal things in the stable where I lived with the horses, I also had a little camera. I made a picture. I have it. I think that I have it there. So what happened at the railroad station, all of a sudden we saw one day that there is a big, long train of consisting maybe 110 or 105 or whatever it is, I couldn't count, cattle wagons, and they're open about 6 inches. There is people in it.
And did it stop in the station?
And we stopped in the station to change tracks. In other words, in Hungary, at that time, there was double tracks. One was going, one was coming. In order the one to go and the other one to come, they had to be signaled from one station to another. And then they had to come into a station, double park, in other words, on another track, until the train came by, so the other one could go. So the trains would stay there. And they were asking me, the reason they were asking me, because I did not have a yellow band on my hands, So I look like somebody who is other than the laborers. He says, where are they taking us? What is happening? He says, we are here squashed in, 90 people. There's no toiletry. There is nothing to eat. There is people are sick. We haven't got no medicine or nothing. I said, they told us they're taking us to work, but we are on the train already for 3 days, and we are starving. I said, sweetheart, I have no idea where they're taking you. So, and they were crying and hollering and all these things. He said, could you give us some water? And I went over to the Hungarian guard and asked him, would you allow me to bring this bucket? I had to have 2 buckets for the 2 horses to put it on their head, behind their ears, to drink water. So I could hang it up with a little rope. He said, would you allow me to bring buckets of water for these men who is in this cattle cars? He says, go ahead and do it, but do it quick. And I did. And that was going on for several days. I can't remember, 10 days, 12 or 14 days. Because as I said, I was there 6 weeks. And by the time we were just about ready to move from Košice to another place, that took place, this incident. And I must have seen 24 trains like that. And I gave water maybe for some of them, not for all, because once the Germans took over the train, guarding the train, the Germans would not let us.
When did the Germans take over?
At that city. From there, at that city, Košice, that was a border town. And from there, it was proceeding to Poland. And that's something I didn't know neither. Nobody else did. But it was headed to Poland. Now I know it. But I had to go live through all these things to know. So I did not know. So I couldn't give him no information. And the information I could have given was totally useless anyway. They were locked in like cattle in a box. There was nobody could run. But then I found out that in Košice, that particular place where I used to give them the water, that's where the Hungarians stepped aside, the soldiers, and the Germans took over. So until the Hungarians were there, I was able to beg them, you know what I mean? And talk to language in a pleading way. Whatever happens, I said, what could you lose, or what could anybody lose if I hand them a couple of buckets of water? And he understood, and he went along with me. He says, do it quickly, because they're changing guards. Changing guards, what? Changing guards to the Germans. As soon as the Germans took over, I couldn't do it no more. And next day I came, happened the same thing. And next day I came again. At lunchtime, it happened again. And then just those black, strong engines for pulling all those people away. And where they took them, we know now. I didn't know it then.
Did you ask anybody where these people were from?
Yeah, sure.
Where were they from?
Oh, from Hungary, from towns, around the area. Not from my town. I did not. But 45 miles down the road from a town, Munkács, was a lot of people. Munkács, Ungvar, was a lot of people from there. Nyíregyháza, there are several cities. But it was going through from the east. Everybody from the east, from Budapest towards the east, they were coming through that Košice. So that was an experience that I'll never forget. But I was totally helpless.
And what happened to you when you left Košice?
When we went to Košice, we went to another place, they call it Kispest, in a factory where they were producing textiles.
What were the circumstances of you leaving to
We
go
were
to
sitting,
Kispest?
yes, they loaded us up on a couple of flatbeds,
How many of you?
all 220 boys, and we had 4 horses and 2 wagons, and we started down the road to Budapest or Kispest, and it took us about 3 days traveling. I have met many other trains who were going east, but again, either they were going fast or going slow or standing. it was, you know, it was all three basically. Some were standing, some were going slow, some were whatever. But there's nothing we could do. We were just going the other way. We were going west, and they were going east.
And who was guarding you?
We had, as I mentioned it before to you, there was common soldiers, you know, just the soldiers, and there was the commander and the assistant commander. There was two high officers, and all the rest was just guards.
And what were the conditions like during those 3 days?
Well, we had a kitchen, and we were cooking on the flatbed, and we had food, and we did not suffer particularly, you know, from hunger or from anything else. As a matter of fact, we didn't have to go to work, or the boys didn't have to go to work. So they were just laying in the flatbed, you know, some on straw, some on a blanket, and just having an easy time. They didn't have to go out to the camps and do work. So for 3 days and 3 nights we were traveling, and I was with the horses and took care of them.
Was there any discussion among the boys about trying to escape that you were aware of?
It's a simple question, and it will make a lot of sense to do that. Under the conditions that escape, jump the track and just go. But unfortunately, there was nowhere to go. The proof of the pudding is that when the Germans occupied Hungary, or they were invited to Hungary, or whatever the situation was, how they came in March the 18th or the 19th, and they brought these laws or these regulations in days. I mean, from March the 19th to April the 16th was about 26 days. And in 26 days, the Germans came in with a plan, and they executed the plan to the T. Just exactly like it was written down. Mr. Eichmann was a very precise person, and he knew his stuff. He knew what he's up to. And he did not hesitate and wait. Maybe someone will be feeling that this is wrong and I'm going to fight back. He knew that these people are not going to fight back. And the tragic thing was that all our Hungarian neighbors, all the people who were substantial or who fulfilled civil service, who were in various offices, who I considered friends kindly. We were always doing together things. And the police and the judges and the doctors and the postman and the garbage collector, and you name it, and the ordinary worker, the day worker, the church, the priests, the second in command and priests, the parishioners, nobody helped. If they would have helped, if they would say, hold it, what are you doing? These people are my friends. These people are my neighbors. They were the neighbors of my grandfather. He's buying my wheat for the last 30 years. He's buying my corn for the last 50 years. He's selling me the things what I need in the house, in groceries, and in spices. And whenever we don't have no money, all he just writes it down. And then he would wait and wait and wait until we could pay. And when we could pay, we come in and pay. And then he'll start up again. The same on the next page. So these people are our friends. All they had to say, hey, hold it. Slow it down a little bit. If they would have do that, there would have been 1 million people saved. Because from April the 16th, when I left, until May or June, early June, when they were emptied the country from from the Jewish people and took them away. In October that year was liberated Kishvala. In Hungary was liberated, only Budapest stayed. So we were only 5 or 6 months away. And all we should have done, our fellow human beings who were Hungarian non-Jews, all they had to do is just drag their feet. Okay, we're going to do it. We will look into it. Let me see your plans. I mean, there was 1,000 excuses. The doctors, the churches, everybody could have said something and stand up to the Germans. Look, you want to take the people and put them in ghetto, what for? You want the men, you want the women, you want the sick, you want the children, what for? If you want, but nothing.
We need to stop here for tape. $220 boys were taken away from Košice. And where did you go?
I have told you a minute ago that we went to Kispest, to this factory who were textile fabricating. They were fabricated textiles. We did not go direct. I made a little slight error there. We went to St. Endre, what was on the side of the Danube.
On which
What
side of
was
the
in
Danube?
Budapest, on the west side of Budapest. It was about 40 kilometers from Budapest.
And why did they take you there?
We went there to take out rocks from the mountains. It was a rocky area, and we were with pitchforks. The group of 220 people that was in one place, and they were digging literally rocks. The same rocks like they blessed in order to fall away from its body. They were just do it with pitchforks. And we were there in several months, I think 2 months we were there. And they needed enough rock and then break it. We had a certain way to break the rocks to morsels so that they could spread it on the roads. So the road people needed rocks and break it up as morsels so for the traffic.
And what was your job while you were there?
My job was again the same thing like I was in Košice. I was carrying the food from the kitchen to the group every day, and then I also were going to picking up raw materials for the kitchen, such as groceries, vegetables, meat, and all the things what the kitchen needed. So I was like they sent me back and forth whatever they needed to supply the people with food so they could have their food.
And what kind of advantage did that give you working around supplies and having that freedom of movement?
Well, that was the beginning of a process, but I realize now that gave me an opportunity to literally survive, because I was freer. I did not have any gates around me. I was not locked up in a camp where with live fire. For example, my horses in the wagons was parked in a place who was a German descent, and he was speaking perfect German. But in Hungary there was a certain areas where German-speaking Hungarians lived, and that was one of the St. Endre. And I lived there with my horses. As a matter of fact, that one time, the German person who lived there, he was an old man, must have been in the 70s, and he had this fairly nice house in a big barn, and that's where they confiscated his barn, and they placed me there with the 2 horses. That at one time a German officer a high-ranking officer came to visit him. He was an uncle to a high-ranking German officer, and he was complaining that a Jewish boy is not wearing yellow band and he's out free, just in the barn. Because once the soldier who was guarding me delivered me, or I took him back with a horse and wagon to this particular place where the barn was with the horses, he left and he went back to the camp, and he left me there. So I could have skipped from there, but I didn't know where to skip. There was no place to go. So I thought that was my strategy, that as long as they don't take me somewhere where I don't know where they take me, I'll be better off to do this, the job, and be obedient and do the best I can until something worse happens. I had hoped that this will happen, to stay out until something else happens. And the something else did happen, but I will tell you later.
And what was that? What happened after Szentendre?
Then from Szentendre they took us from Kispest. Kispest is a city where they were manufacturing textiles, as I told you before, quite large factories, and we were, again, the 220 boys was divided up to do certain chores in the factory as free laborers, because at that time the war was going on very tensely. People were called into the army, and they were losing people from the machines where they could keep producing the textiles what they needed also for the war purposes. And so they used our boys, that means my fellow laborers, for the purpose. And there again, I was just doing what I was doing before. My daily chore was that, to feed them, bring them the food, and pick up food. And I also, at that time happened, I went in to Budapest from Kispest to pick up, I should say, butter or margarine or whatever he used that time, I don't remember. But anyway, all those things what you need for cooking. And maybe it was log. I was going with my horse and wagon, and my guard was sitting in the back. And when we arrived to this place, but I never knew what it is, but then I found out what it is. It was a place where they were heating with those big boilers. They were freezing. They were freezing freezers and lockers. And that's where they kept all the food piled up so it should not spoil. Like you have today freezers and lockers, and you have just refrigerators, those big walk-in refrigerators. And they had the big walk-in refrigerators. And the way they generated the energy to produce the cold, what they needed, was with coal. And as I came in to this place the first time to see, I saw something that I'll never forget if I live 1,000. I saw somebody, a couple of boys on a flatbed car with very short side, it wasn't a flatbed, but a short side, full of coal. And these people were shoveling coals, from the train to the ground. And I did not know who it is, but I knew right away that these are Jewish laborers from another camp, from another place. And as I approached them, there's one fellow who hollers, "Hershel, Hershel." I says, "What?" He called me my Jewish name. My name is Hershel, a Jewish name. I says, "Who knows my name? Where am I?" And all of a sudden, I realized that that's my best friend, who as of today He's still my friend, and we are friends ever since we went to first grade in school. But it was 4 years.
What's his name?
Maris.
What's his last name?
Maris Weiss, who lives now in Edison, New Jersey. And he recognized me. I did not recognize him because he was black like a chimney cleaner, or even worse. And he told me where he is, what camp he is. And we were discussing it while he gave me a little time, my guard, that I will come and visit him. And we discussed it at that time, that as long as they leave us as we are in doing what we do, we work, we will stay. But if they give us any order, or they let us know, or we just had a feeling of it, that they want to take us other places that we are familiar out of the country, especially to Germany, to West Germany, that was towards Vienna. He says, we will escape. And that's what happened. I knew where he was. I visited him once when I took a load of wood to my officer. There was two officers, as I said. One was a high officer, the other was a less of an officer, or less ranks. That I took some wood to his home. And there I was alone with two horses in a wagon, and I was taking wood. I unloaded the wood. When I came back, I went to visit my friend in a Jewish house of worship. That's where they were ghettoed, or that's where they kept them as prisoners or as workers. From outside there was guards.
How did you get in?
That's another miracle. This is all miracles. The way I got into it, I talked to him, and I asked him, he asked me, where are you from? I told him the story. I have a brother here in this labor camp. He says, would you let me in, at least for a few seconds? I should say hello or say goodbye, whichever one. And I know for sure that he's here because I spoke to him at such and such a place. So we recognize the place that he, particularly, that's where boys go out to work. And we discussed it that no way are we going to leave with them to go to West, to take us to West. So I came back to his place where he was stationed, or he was imprisoned. And I talked to the officer, and this officer asked me, where am I from? And I tell him from Kishwarda. He says, Kishwarda? He says, I am from Ayak. Ayak is 4 miles from Kishwarda. I says, what's your name? I says, my name is Lerner. He says, I don't remember the name, but I remember the Talush Lerner. Talush Lerner means the feather man. And I lived by the railroad station, close to, at that time. He says, look, he says, ordinarily, I am not allowed to do this, but why don't you just, I'll turn around and I walk down about a dozen steps, and while I do that, you just go in. Naturally, I always thought, now how in the world am I going to come out in case if they change guards at that particular spot? But as I said, I took these chances as I took the chance to go into the ghetto at a time to see my family. And I said to myself, unless if I do something for myself, it looks like nobody's going to do it for me. So even though that I was pretty safe until the last minute, I still wanted to do better for myself. So I went into there and I told them that we will escape in such and such a time because my officer told us, who is Salai Geza, have told us that he will let us know if he's getting an order to evacuate us, and they will take away his authority over us and they will give it to somebody else. If he will do it to us at that time, you should all do what you want. So by that time I realized that he already is knowing that something is going to happen, that he is not going to stay there for too long, because there is in the paperwork already that to evacuate the 220 boys and send them to Germany.
When was that? What month would that
That
have
was
been?
around October
Of 44.
of 44. Late in the October 44. In the meantime, while I was going all the time to this place of picking up the various things in that the cooling factory, I asked my guard that he should let me park the horses in the wagon in the city. And I have some cousins and close cousins I would like to visit. And he said to me, he says he doesn't know how in the world he could do this. But he says that let us think about this. And after thinking about it 2-3 days, he said, well, will you help me? Will you assist me? Will you be a witness that I was a good human being if I let you do that right after the war? Because we were very close to the end of the war at that time. And I promised him, certainly. I said, well, you are doing me a favor. It's only natural to do you back the favor if it comes to it. In the meantime, I'm indebted to you forever if you let me do that. And then for several days, he let me park the horses and wagon at this place while I was able to go out and seek out an underground group of people, fellow Jews, who were dressed in Hungarian military uniforms, and some of them even in German uniforms, and they were working on papers with Swiss papers and Swedish papers to bring out as many people as they can from the ghettos.
How did you find them, the underground?
Because once I was, now this was, how did I find them in the underground was simple once I got the message, because there was a person or a lady or a family whom some of the boys used to come in. And I also went to the same particular place because I was a friend too. Before the World War, when I used to come to Budapest, I used to sleep there by this family, because there was no Holiday Inns or Hiltons or anything similar. When you come to a city, you checked into a family, you paid $2 and you slept over. Sometimes you pick up some lice, but they only pay $2. And some other ones too. So this lady, whose husband was taken away already, also knew it because these other boys came to sleep to her, because they did not sleep in no hotels, because they were not what they were looking to be, or as they were dressed and everything, so they had to. So I find out about them that there is such a thing, a few boys who organize this, and they are working with the underground, and they are also trying to save as many young people as they can. Young people. People in the 20s, 30s. They did not go for the 70-year-olds, 80-year-old ones. Naturally, we all were in trouble, but they felt that they should save as many young as possible. So I made contact with them, and there was 877 people accepted by the Swiss consulate to go through Switzerland with permits to continue to France. At the time when it's going to be, the conditions will be normalized. So this was an advance document that it was issued for the purpose of walking through or traveling through Switzerland to France. And the 877 people who were given by the Swiss consulate what was legal, the boys made another 877. Once they had the document, they copied the document, and they gathered up another almost 2,000 people. So here I was, number one, I had a Hungarian name whom, if they would just find me on the street and ask me where I am, what I am, I'll tell them what my name. Then I have a permission to hide or to be, not hide, because they did not hide you, the Swiss consulate. They told you you're allowed to come in, 877. But the problem was that it wasn't legal because there was as much as 1,800 or 2,000 people in the building. And then the people in the Swiss consulate opened up another wall, or broke through another wall of a 6-story building, and they housed there all the people. And in the Swiss consulate place, what was basements and offices and conference rooms and wherever they could place the people, was not more than the 877, because the agreement is 877, and if you have 878 or 900, then you lose your contract, you lose your legitimacy.
What was the name given on your false papers? What name was on your papers?
My name was already Herman Lerner at that time.
So it was the same name?
It was not the same name. It was not Lakatos Laszlo, because Lakatos Laszlo was a Hungarian Gentile name, or a non-Jewish name, you know what I mean?
But
that I only kept in my papers, in my pockets as false papers, just in case, if I could manage to make the guy believe who is arresting me or try to arrest me that I am one of the other. I didn't look Jewish anyway. So that was one place I went to the Swiss consulate, and this is what I discussed with Maris, my friend, at the time when I went into his place of retainment.
when did you actually
And
go?
I actually left when Solai Geza, who was my commander, he said, you have to leave if you want to. He didn't say you have to or you want to, because he did not, all he wanted to help us. He really wanted to help us. He said, this weekend you got to go, or it looks like the beginning of the week. They will empty this camp and they will put you on wagons and take you. They did not tell me where, he said, but I urge you to move. And at the time, when I told you that I delivered a load of wood, and I went to speak to Maris, to my friend, at the other place where he was retained in his labor camp. The same night when I left him, come out, luckily, I was still the same guard, and he said, you're lucky, you made it. And he said, I am lucky that I made it, that I let you do it. He says, maybe we'll see each other one day. And at that night, I left the horses in the wagon, the same night. And the horses pull a wagon on 2 ropes, pulling it evenly. And 2 horses are pulling it on 4 ropes. 2 and 2, the harness, you know what I mean? And I undid the harness on one side for each horse, so they can't pull the wagon. And I left the 2 horses, and I left the wagon sitting there on the side on the road. And I got on the tramway, of the streetcar, and I made my way to the consulate. And it was nighttime or early in the evening, and luckily I made my way to the consulate without asked anything from anyone. And as a matter of fact, in the street there was too many collaborators with the Hakenkreuz. There was too many German soldiers in the street. And by God's grace, I just walked through, got to the consulate, I opened up the door, and the guy didn't let me in. The same thing happened to me the second time, but the first time I had nothing on me. So I just put in my foot to the door, and as I was going, tried to get in, he tried to throw me back out. He said, look, as I have Swiss papers, says I am one who was issued the papers for protection because I'm going to go to Switzerland or whatever. And luckily, I had a friend of mine who was one of the guys who were doing these things, the papers, saw me. He says, let him in. I was inside.
And how long did you stay there?
Stayed there about 4 weeks.
Who brought you food?
There was 2,000 people. 877 people was allowed to by the government, who they were bringing in food for these 877. The only thing we had to do is divide it between 2,000 people, but they allowed us was 877 in the consulate. But outside they didn't know. So there was food, and then I went down to the, we organized as young men. We belonged to different organizations. We became Zionists, and I became a Shomer Tzayer. A Shomer Tzayer is more the non-religious group, or more socialistic, or more the people who care for others, like in the kibbutzim in Israel, that you divide everything between yourselves and everyone is equal, and that's the Shomer Tzayer basically. But the Shomer Tzayer was also more liberal, a little bit more left-siders. And then we were down in the basement under terrible conditions. We have very little food, but even there I made myself useful, because all day there was nothing to do but either reading or listen to our leaders. And but I made myself busy with taking the job of bringing food again from the upstairs to downstairs. So I was bringing the pail, and I'll never forget it. At one time, I bring a pail of jam or something like that downstairs for my fellow people, and I put my finger in it, and I licked it. And my conscience didn't let me sleep, I think, for several days, maybe weeks, because I thought that I cheated on my fellow prisoners. That I took out one, with my big finger, I did somewhere, anyway, I don't know which finger I put in the pail, on the jam, because there was very little. But I enjoyed it, but then it bothered me. I also like to tell you that there was hundreds of people, 860 people, and there was one latrina in that place. A big log was long about 15, 20 feet. That was that. Boys or girls, men or women, children or anybody. There was a few children, not too tinies, only children who was already like 7, 8, 10 years old, who came in with a mother or a father, who were picked by these people, by their leaders, for being saved, if they can.
We need to stop here for a tape break. restrictions in the Swiss consulate of bringing food downstairs and the sanitary conditions. Was it also getting cold at that point?
No, it was not cold at all. We slept abreast, probably 50 in the space where you could only put 5. So we didn't even have enough room to lay our tummy or lay our back. We have slept on our side. It was that close. So we were kept warm pretty good. And at that time, the lives were kept us warm too.
What were your
Worms. But we didn't have no showers. There was no water.
What were your fears of what would happen to you while you were in the Swiss consulate? What were the dangers?
But the dangers was they will take us out, and they will take Kant, and they will determine that it is not legitimate because of the numbers, but they have tried to save there and put into these 2 buildings, and then they will take us somewhere where we never come back. But I had no choice. Until we had a choice, then I jumped on it.
And what was that circumstance?
The choice is that we got together the leaders who were also a little bit more older than me at that time, like they were in 24, 25, 26. They were great Zionists already from way before the war. And some of them were tradesmen in electronics. Some of them were tradesmen in dentistry. Some of them were tradesmen in tailors. You know, the tailoring was a big thing in Hungary at that time. And some of them were printers, especially the printers were different people, printers. The reason they were different because they were literate. And they knew how to put together a page. And they had to pick the letters, and they had to know the ABC and correctly. So they were more up to date. And these people outside were non-Jews, but they had colleagues who were with me in the basement, who made contacts with the outside to see what in the world they could come up with to do. In the meantime, what happened, the war was coming to an end.
How did you know that?
Because we were already hearing the bombs falling from close to, and the guns. We were in, Budapest was surrounded for 3 solid months. And we were in the ring in Budapest. So we were seeing and hearing, seeing the airplanes and hearing the fights. Budapest was also fallen, you know, house to house. So we knew that the war is coming to an end, and these people who were these friends of my colleagues, non-Jewish, have come up with a scheme that they want to make way to the Russians and not to wait until they're going to be massacred as soldiers. They took off their clothes and they were deserters. So all of a sudden, they were in danger. Since they were in danger, so they told us that they need numbers. People who are capable of standing up the pressure, people who could look in the eyes and tell a lie, people who could hit back, people who are not just, you know, had some looks, who could also pass as a soldier, as a Hungarian soldier, like they were, and who will volunteer? Actually, I volunteered.
How many people volunteered?
Just about 2 dozen. But they didn't take all, they took about 18 or 16 from the volunteers. As a matter of fact, Maris Weiss, who lives in Edison, New Jersey, he said he's staying. He's not going. And I said to myself, instead of staying here in this basement and wait for the Russians to come in and liberate this place, he says, I'll go out with the partisans and I will try to fight my way through the other side of the Russians. And until then, maybe I could do some good while I'm with the underground.
Did you know some of the names of your leaders?
Absolutely not. Nobody knew names other than anyone who were taken in. That was a top secret. Because the fear was if someone is arrested, or one of these guys, when he is on a particular messenger, or he's doing something, or bringing something, or taking something, then if he is caught, if he could tell names, they beat the names out of him. He cannot know no names. That was a top secret. Except only those boys who were officers, in the Hungarian army, and they were deserters. They were close friends. They knew some of each other's name, but the names they never told us. The people who they took in, just I should say, from the basement, and they did not introduce themselves.
Where did they take you?
They took us to Újpest. They call it the city Újpest. UJPEST, in a factory where they were producing films, like you're making the films here. They were making the tapes. There was, a big factory who was producing for all of the country, all the tapes, films, and
Films of what?
films. You make a picture. It was a film factory, like Eastman Kodak would have a factory where they're producing the films, or ECFA, or someone else. In Japan they do it now. So that's where we were. And our plans did not work the way it was planned out. And many of our boys on the end did not make it, but I did.
Where were you sleeping? Where had they quartered you?
When we were going out to this place, first of all, we had to come out from the Swiss consulate single line, one by one by one, not taking out 5 people at a time, or 10 people walked out.
What time of day?
It was somewhere in the evening, because that time was already early in the winter, or not in the winter, going towards the winter, and the day was gone quickly. By 4 or 5 o'clock it was half dark, half light, whatever. We went out one by one to a particular place in a park where the trucks were waiting for us, and the trucks had military insignia on it, and the trucks were covered with burlap, totally covered, and then zipped up on the side or buttoned up on the side. And as the boys were coming, they just made them jump in, and that's where they were. And they waited until all the boys got there, whom they selected that is coming. This instance 18. Then they took us out from there with a truck, military truck, with 2 soldiers and 1 officer was sitting in the front, and they were driving the truck out to this place of Újpest.
Did they give you any kind of military
Then-
uniform?
No, they didn't give us nothing. This was a place where the man who was taking care of the building, the caretaker of the factory that was producing films, was himself a deserter. And he had a few very close friends who were also employed as workers when regular time, They decided that they will desert from the Hungarian army, and they said this is a total loss, it makes no sense, we made it so far, I'm not going to stick around and be shot off by a Russian, my head off.
says, I desert. So all of a sudden, what happened to him, he was a deserter, like I was somebody who is hiding. So we were on the same boat. And when we arrived there, they were trying to make way to which place they could find to go cross the Hungarian defenses and go over to the Russians. And all the purpose was preserve life. How we could make it, how we could survive. And they had plans, and were discussing it every day, the rigidity, what is involved, and the risk, what is involved, and everything, but we are in the same boat, so we will just do it. We don't know if we do it today, tomorrow, or after tomorrow, but we soon will do it. In the meantime, these people have decided also that there is a particular bridge what is guarded very seriously at a certain place where we would have to make our way across. So they made up that next day, for example, we will go out and we will take explosives and we will blow up the bridge.
How did you have explosives?
They had it. They were soldiers. They came with all the equipment. You know, they were deserters, but they know the ins and outs. They were in the military. They stole the trucks too, and then they falsified the papers. They gave the numbers, and they gave, you know, the company where they belong to, what company, who is the officers, who is in charge. But at that time there was such a unsettled situation. There was nobody knew what's what, except the Germans and the collaborators who killed people innocently on a daily basis. They knew what they want to do, and they did it. Thousands of people they killed on the side of the Danube. There's more blood in the Danube than water. So they knew what they were doing. But these guys didn't want to partake no more in this melee. So they said, we will cross to the border and we will bring a few of our friends. And that we were the friends. So they figured it out that we will go and to the bridges and we will lay the explosives and we will explore the bridge, explore the bridge, and we will be using several boats, or a little, not really a boat, but one is canoe or something, and we will just paddle our own boat across, and they will not be able to go across because on the other side was already Russia is close enough to shoot in, and this side was still the front, the war was going on, and they were shooting across, but they did not go no more on the other side. So if we could do that, then they will not even attempt to come across, because they were not, the Russians were not sitting right there by the water on the side. They were probably a quarter of a mile away or a mile, so they would want to come after us. And that's one time that I have partaken in that to bring about the bridge down.
What happened with the plan to blow up the bridge?
Pardon me?
What happened with the project to blow up the bridge?
Well, we did it.
And were you
We
actually
did
there?
it. No, but we couldn't go across because next day they have surprised us. Next day we surprised us, and the person who was in charge of the building, who was also a deserter, and he was living there, but under not being discovered that he's a deserter, he came and he knocked at the gate in the factories, and he said that they are here, nobody goes out alive. He says, this is my only chance.
Who is here?
The Hungarian collaborators with the SS Kreuz on their arm. And they were told, he said, that there is here military stuff or military trucks who is carrying illegal items such as food and corn and wheat and fat and margarine and fruits, and it was stolen from the military, and they parked their trucks here. So they coming. This is the one what they came to look for. Therefore, they did not come in that force where they could have overcome us totally. So there was only 6 or 8 people who surprised us to come investigate what the trucks are containing. Nobody survived.
Who
I'll
killed
never
them?
forget it in my whole life if I live, that I myself ran out to the hall and I faced a man, a soldier, a Hungarian, and he was white as this wall, and he was trembling terribly, and he says, we did not know that there is partisans here. He called us. We were thinking that we have here military products or military items hidden, and they sent us out to check it out. And I was talking to him to find out how many people are outside, how many people circled around the building, how many people is in the street down the road, who is backing them up, figuring it out how I could escape alive. And as I was asking all these questions, another comrade, was coming to me, and he says, "What are you doing?" He says, "I'm asking this man for all the details." And the man was terribly distressed. I mean, you could imagine, he found himself with guns facing him. I had a gun. I had 6 bullets in it. Naturally, when I came to the partisans, they gave me grenades and gave me a 6-shooter, I have one here. I can't show it to you, but I have one. And he told me, he says, "We have to go now." He says, "You cannot do this." He made him walk. He shot him. I don't know what happened.
Your comrade shot him.
Yes. He was a soldier. He was one of the soldiers who took off his clothes, and he was a Hungarian soldier. He was a deserter, an officer, in fact. And I heard the gun go off. Meantime, I was running. Now I don't know if he killed him to death, or he injured him, or whatever happened, but he did not hesitate. He did not ask no questions. He just pulled the bullet. He just pulled the trigger, and he was gone. So was I.
And where did you run to?
That is another story. How I made my way out to the fields, because I was about 20 kilometers from Budapest. And I had grenades in my pocket. In fact, I had one like this on, in leather. And I had 2 grenades here and 2 grenades here, and I had a revolver, 6 bullets in it here in my pants. He says, "What am I going to do?" But anyway, there wasn't too much thinking. First, I wanted to see how I could get out of the street without being detected. And I saw at the end of the street there was motorcycles with German soldiers in this time. And I took a street where it was turning to the right, where I saw them down the road, where it was the end of the road, or another street. And I luckily turned to the street to the right. And from there I went down maybe about 1,000 feet, and I was in the field. And in the field, I started going towards Budapest. I was hoping that I'm going to the right direction. I had no compass. But the only thing is what I saw is in a shadow that there was some big building and some lights were flashing. Says, I'm going to go that way. And by miracle, I made it back to the city. But before I did, I remember that I was walking on a trail where horses and wagons were using it. And I says, I am going to do here something when it might help me, or it's not necessary. I took my grenades. I had 4, 2 and 2, and I put the grenades down in the truck and buried it, put a little dirt over it. And I put it within 100 feet. You know, one here, staggered it, one there, then one there, and one there. Staggering. I says, if somebody comes after me on that road, I'll cause some serious damage. I don't know for the horses, the wagon, or the man who drives it, but at least I'll have enough time to get where I want to if I can. But the pistol, with the 6 bullets ready to use, I had on me. But by miracle, I followed that route until a little city where it was still an outskirt, but not the same outskirt where I was. I got on the subway, or the tramway, not the subway, the tramway, and I went to Budapest.
And where did you go?
When I went to Budapest, I went in to the Swiss consulate. How I got here was a double, triple miracle. Again, I got to the door without asking me, and to prove it to you that it was a miracle, I will tell you something in a minute and you'll understand how important it is to have a little luck with everything. Luck, luck. You could be smart, you could be young, you could be strong, you could do anything you want to do. But if you have no luck, you got to have a little luck. That will help your luck. I got to the Swiss consulate and opened up the door. Again, the guard. He opens up the door and doesn't want to let me in. I says, hey, he says, I belong to the basement downstairs. I was here, and I tell him names. Philip Teichmann, Pinchas Rosenbaum. Pinchas Rosenbaum was one of the guys who were giving these Swiss papers. He was also after the war a banker in Switzerland, by the way. He just died about 10 years ago as a young man, left a family. He married into a family that he had a bank, his own bank after the war. Very capable guy. He was my age. We also studied together. And when I opened up the door, luckily that he opened up the door, he says, look, he says, I know Philip Fischer-Katz, Philip Rosen, Maris Weiss, and then Friedman Zolli, and another guy. We are all in the basement. They show me the basement. He says, hey, there's no such thing. In the meantime, while I was rattling among the names, I took out the pistol. I kept it on me. I says, either you let me open up the door, or I kill you. When he saw the pistol in my hands, and what I said to him, did I kill him if he doesn't step back so I could go in? Well, he probably was thinking of 2 things. One thing, that he could die when I kill him. The next thing, if the Germans find out that there was a pistol brought into the Swiss consulate, it's finished. Because we had to be unarmed. We always had to be concerned about the rules and regulations, what the papers were dictating, on the conditions what the Swiss consulate made this place for the people to be, to have a chance to travel through Switzerland after when things are calming down. So I don't know what happened, but the fact of the matter is I walked away. so I didn't have to do nothing. So once I was inside, and I was enjoying the protection of the Swiss, the Swiss consulate, I was free, and it was something, a great relief. But then the same night, the people who had the contact with inside and outside came around, and they heard that there is a pistol in the building. So our boys who came back, there's another 2 or 3 who came back, we had a meeting what to do. Either way we are losers. But he said, let's have at least a few pistols if the Germans will invade us and try to take us out from this building. I said, let's have something. We could at least defend ourselves, or maybe we could save a life. No, don't give it up. So the boys are arguing, who are in charge, like in every place there is somebody in charge. He says, the risk is too great. We have to surrender the pistols. We surrendered the pistols, and that was that.
And how much?
Now going back, what I told you, that we got to have a little bit of luck here and there, that at that time I did not stay no more in the same building where I was originally placed in the basement. I went over to the other building. There we cut a hole through the building, and we placed a lot of people in there. And there, that was about a 6 or 8 story building where it belonged to the Hungarian Soccer Association. But the Hungarian Soccer Association was closed. No offices, no activities, no work at all, because that was already way in the fall. They didn't play no soccer, number one. The war was raging street by street. We took advantage of it. We have piled up all the chairs, all the desks, everything heavy against the gate, because we had a gate coming in, like a gate, I would say like a shoehorn, on the top, and then big heavy, 2 heavy gates. When you open it up in Hungary and in Europe, you'll find houses, you know what I mean? The only way you could go into the house, up to the building, is the gate, and we piled it up. We put in maybe 200 chairs and maybe 50 desks, and that's where we were hiding and sitting and waiting. But every day, we weren't that too long in that place. We used to go up, and on the first floor, and looking out the windows, and we would see the bombs, how they were falling over Budapest. The Russian military, the Russian Air Force, were bombing Budapest at heights of no more than 5,000 feet, 3,000, 4,000 feet. You could see them perfectly. You could see the bombs falling down one after another. I could count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I says, thank God, the bombs are falling. I am not the only one who's going to go. I'll take some with me. So I wasn't worried about that I am going to go. I was just worried about how many could I take with me. In that 1 minute, when this thought was going over my head, the whole building was shaking like a big wind would go through it. A minute later, we found out that on the second floor, it came down 4 floors. A bomb, what was big as 6 feet high and about 24 inches around, fell on the building, came through 6 floors, and above my head in that corner, stopped. It didn't explode. That's why I'm sitting here now.
We have to stop for a tape break. About the bomb that stopped 1 story over your head.
Yes.
And didn't explode. What happened then?
What happened then is we were lucky to notify the fire department that they should come in and to dismantle the bomb. And we had to remove all those all the tables and chairs and everything what we used to block the doors. We cleaned it up and we called them in within an hour. They were there and everybody was ducking in their place. People went up to the higher floors, even though the higher floors was not ready to be slept or stayed there. It was cold and it was nasty, but we cleaned up that particular part of the building as they come in. And the second floor was basically almost like in the first floor, because it was first floor from the back, but it was one floor, and then it was, the first floor was a street floor, and then it was going up. They came in, dismantled the bomb, took it away, and that was that.
And how much longer did you stay?
No
in this
more than
Wisconsin?
3 or 4 days.
And what happened at the end of 3 or 4
We were
days?
liberated by the Russians.
And would you describe liberation?
It was very simple. One morning, we just ran to the doors because the Russians are here. And there they were with their machine guns. I don't know if you ever saw a machine gun, by Russian machine gun. They had those places, I had the thing where they was holding the bullets, about 60 bullets, in a round little cap. In that cap, then the round cap was attached, you know, where you would shoot with it or whatever. Rapid shooting. That's where there was, dressed in cold, in clothes where it was withstanding the cold, and those ugly hats, and the ugly pants, and the ugly shoes, and they were worn out, they were hungry, and they were anxious to get it over with, but they did not look pretty, not like I know military, not even in the wars did I see, you know, raggedy, it's like a raggedy soldiers like that. And you are free, you are free, you are free, you are free. Whatever they said. There was also some Jewish soldiers, and I immediately started the conversation, and I found out that he was a teacher, and he spoke Yiddish, and he told us that you all people gave us a hard time. We are here 3 months fighting you, and we had to wait 3 months to take this city. And it took us a lot of life. He took a lot of life of yours. I mean, not Jews, I mean, he mentioned in general, but he said, we were stuck because our supplies did not arrive in time. They were held up, the supplies. But finally, we got you, you are free, and go home.
And where did you go?
Well, that's where, you know, the whole thing started to unravel, you know, what has taken place. Still did not know nothing. Still did not know nothing. The silence, how they silenced the people, how they kept them in the dark, the average person, is unprecedented. We did not know nothing. We knew that a few cards have arrived from Auschwitz, whatever it was, a certain city in Poland, and it was sent to certain people. And I don't know if you know about it, but this happened, that they sent a few cards. And on that basis, we thought that they have taken them to work, and hoping that the families who are not capable of work, they are housed somewhere and at least fed. But we certainly didn't know that there is such a thing, gas chambers or a slaughterhouse, where they slaughtered millions of people by the second. We had no idea. No idea. Certainly we didn't know after they slaughtered you, they put you in an oven with your own people, because it was Jewish people, unfortunately, who were manning the ovens. And they killed them every 7 or 14 days. That I know from my brother-in-law who came home, who has witnessed it. So we were free at that time, that morning. Then when we came out, from the Swiss consulate. And we were, I should say, free like everyone else on the street, except the Russians were going around and they were looking for soldiers who was undressed or who was in raw SS military clothes, and all of a sudden they become civilians. They were suspicious and afraid that some of these people on the street are still either German collaborators or Germans themselves or soldiers who just changed clothes to be showing sympathy for the Russians. So they should not be molested. So they did that. The same day, it wasn't even 6 hours, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I remember again, it was 2 about that time, because again the sun was set and it was dark and cloudy, and then the Russians has picked people on the street and they showed with their finger, go there, stay here, go there, stay here, go there, stay here, just from the street. They picked me, put me on the side. And a half hour later, or 45 minutes later, I find myself on a truck, on a military truck, on a Russian truck, and they were bringing me to a island, what was called, I do not remember the island, but was very on the other side of Budapest. All you had to do is just cross the Lánchíd. The Lánchíd is the chain bridge, and you find yourself in that little island. And there was many bombs. What was on the ground, but it didn't explode. And the Russian soldiers told us, now we will dismantle these bombs. Now how in the world would I know how to dismantle a bomb? At that time I had a friend of mine, whose name is Alex Moss, who also survived with me the war, and he says, Harry, we will do nothing like that. There was snow on the ground, quite a bit of snow, and here there was the order what to do. There were several soldiers, and he said, let's just do something, Harry. He says, I am not going to undo these bombs. He says, I don't know nothing about it. This is going to explode and we go up in 1,000 pieces. And we made a couple of snowmen. We took, a bunch of snow, we started rolling it up, and before 10, 15 minutes, I don't know how many minutes, we had about 4 or 5 balls and put them one top on another. We laid down on the other side from the snowballs, and they did not see us. And then the rest of the boys, they were teaching them and trying them to undo the bombs. And I did not get close to it. Because, somehow or another, somebody told me that make use of a snowball and pile up the snow. They were busy with other things. The Russian officers or the Russian soldiers who were guarding us, you know what I mean? But we were not enemies at this time. And they never asked us to come out and to do what other boys were doing. But luckily, I don't think that they had an explosion and anyone hurt, because, as I said, it was already late in the afternoon. We arrived, started to get dark. So the Russian soldiers just, let's go, man. They took us back to the city, and they let us go.
And then where did you go?
Well, then we were hoping that we could find a way to go back to Kishwada. First we went to some burned out houses, we went to burned out stores, we went to places where people didn't live. They were moved on with the Germans, because they were German sympathizers. And we were witnessing something what people should not witness. People on the streets, dead, laying like logs, one top on another. In one place there was 50, 60, the other one was 200, the other one was 90, the other one was 10. In the windows, the windows for the stores was broken out. There was laying two guys. I remember, never forget it, I told my friend, he says, look at him, he has a pair of socks on, that guy. Why the heck don't you go in and take his socks? So he needs socks. And he went in there into the window, and he took over the pair of socks and he brought it out. So we had a pair of socks. So the pair of socks has meant something. Life has meant nothing. And the people were massacred because the Hungarian collaborators were killing people on random. For the last 10 days, they killed thousands of people because there was no time no more to carry them out or walk them out to the Danube, to make them line up to the Danube and fall over. Cousin of mine, first cousin, whose picture I showed you, the soldier, had a son who was captured by these guys, by these collaborators, the Hungarian SS, whatever there was their name. They took him out and they shot everybody on the side of the Danube, standing there. He came from a city or from a town. The name of the town is Tisa Lutz. Tisa Lutz. Tisa means a river. And he learned how to swim as a kid. When he was 6 years old, he was already swimming. Not every little town or city had an opportunity for an average kid, poor kid, go to learn how to swim. But if he lived by the side of the river, then automatically he learned how to swim. And he knew how to swim and swim good. And he jumped before they shot. He swam down about 200 or 300 yards, he tells me, and he's here to tell you the story, still here. I don't know how long is he going to be here. He crawled out from the Danube, he rang the bell, and he collapsed at a gate. He found himself in the Swiss hospital. That's how he survived that particular event.
What is his name?
His name is USC Reich. Joseph Reich, R-E-I-C-H.
And when you were
I could call him up on the telephone and he could tell you the story.
when you were passing these towns and you were seeing the dead bodies, were these Jews who were killed by the
All of them.
collaborators? All of them.
Every one of them. Them and horses. Because the horses died on the streets because of the explosions. Explosions. This was the horses only died, on the very last, because they used the horses to pull the ammunition and pull the hardware where they were shooting with the heavyweight, guns. But then they killed the horses, so the horses died, and they were injured. If a horse would be injured, they shot it right on the spot. And they were laying there, but the Jewish people, they were laying by the thousands. By the thousands. I'll never forget it. One top on another, falling. The reason they were one top on another, because as they were shooting them down on the streets, they fell over on the sidewalk, or fell over on the street, fell over anywhere. So then the sanitary people, they had to come in order to make room for the wagon go by. They just tossed them over in a pot.
How long did it take you getting back home?
Oh, a couple of weeks. Couple of weeks.
And what did you find when you arrived in Kishwaukee?
Abandoned. But there was a few boys already and a few girls back. Because as I told you before, Kishwaukee fell already in October, end of October. That's where I wanted to tell you at the beginning that the whole thing lasted for several months, and had the Hungarian neighbors and Hungarian people and everyone who was a resident of Kisvárda would have do something about it. For 5 months they could even hide many people. But nobody lifted a finger. So when I went back, I already found a few people coming back from the Russian front who were sent not to Auschwitz, but to the front in other labor camps. From Auschwitz, they only started to come later on, I think in February or March or something like that. And the war was over in May, wasn't it? The World War II, and was liberated. So they started to come already a few months before, maybe 2 months before. That's when we find out what was happening.
What were you able to find out about your family?
Well, I was able to find out from my family that I had a brother-in-law, my sister's husband, who I told you was in high pregnancy. He was in a camp, or in a building in the camp, where they called it so-called, who were recuperating place. Better words, if he got sick, and if they didn't shoot him or kill him or send him off to the ovens, they used to take him in on a little rickshaw, but what 2 men would carry. 1 man in the front, 1 in the back. They put him on it, and they tossed him over, either on the straw or on the floor or on the bed. If there was no bed, whatever. And he was in there taking care of him, and he would report if somebody would die out, pass out, they would take him out. And like this, he had a chance to take an extra bite of bread from that bed where they removed the body. There was maybe under the pillow or under something, I don't know if there was a pillow, he was able to. And he maybe had a few bites of whatever food it is, and he survived the war. However, in the same place, 3 of my brothers died.
He told you that?
Yes, they were all coming, they all brought him in there, one by one by one. Yossi and Pinkas and Nandor and Tuli. All those 3 came in because they worked in a mine, the name was Ebensee in Germany, where there was a coal mine deep down under the ground, maybe several hundred feet, and they had to walk down in the morning, they had to walk out at night. Very little food, very little nourishment, no showers, no bed, no nothing, just a little bit what they gave them. They only made it for so long. Their feet were swollen, their belly was swollen, their hands couldn't pick it up, it was so. But they did it as long as they can, and then they gave up. They just said, take me in the recuperating room. That was that.
And what did you find out about your sisters?
And he told my sisters, I could never find out nothing. All I know, that they arrived to Auschwitz with my mother and the 2 sisters. The one sister I told you about, who was mentally ill, and my other sister who was pregnant, my sister-in-law and my other sister-in-law who had children. They were all together, and they just, what happened to them happened to all the others.
And your parents?
Certainly. My father and mother also went immediately to the gas chamber, or wherever it was, cyan. I wonder who discovered cyan. Some German chemists. I would like to pin a medal on their chest for their smartness. How they discovered that cyan could kill, and kill so fast, and so many people. I wonder if they had known what this is all about, if they would have still do it.
And what did you do when you came back to Kisvárda? How were you able to make a living or get food?
Oh, I had food, I had everything. When I came home to Kisvárda from the ordeal that I went through, It was a picnic, you know. I was a free person like anyone else. However, I have witnessed one thing, but there's another thing that I never forget, but it was a sorry thing. And what I witnessed, after being home for a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, that somebody came from a little village and reported that Mr. Cohn is dead in such and such a little village. I think their village was Anarch. Anarch was about 6 miles from Kishwala. And we have to go out and bury him. Now in the whole city didn't live more than 3 Jewish families. And this man came home from the workforce, or he was in the same kind of camp like I was, and he was in Russia. And as the Russians came forward, these people who were liberated at that time, Hungarian Jews who were in the labor camp, came forward with them. So he was home also around December time. Anyway, I heard this, that there is one person, Cohn. I knew of the family, I didn't know him personally, but he died. So we had a couple of boys, hired the 2 horses and a wagon, 2 horses and 2 wagons. So we needed 10 people, because it's 10 people we need to bury a person. If you say that there is some certain prayers like you utter, and you pray for the soul of the departed. So we need 10. In Jewish life, you need 10 for everybody. Anyway, we got 10 people, and we went out to bury him, not knowing nothing. When we went out to bury the man, we were supposed to unclothe him and wash his body. That's another ritual, but it happens by Jews. Some do it, some don't. But at that time, everyone done it. We find out that what has happened, that somebody killed him. Like I would see it today. I saw his teeth chopped open, right here, with an X.
Why was he killed?
Because he came to ask if his wife, before they took her away from the village, did she not give her something to safekeep? And she did. And they told him that he should come back in the evening, because what they are holding at safekeeping is in the back, in the yard, and they have to undig it. That they will take no chances to dig it in the daytime. And he came in the evening to be unearthed the thing. They killed him. I'm sorry. But then, after this happened, we had no choice but to do what we have to do in the ritual way. We just made a makeshift. We got some pails, we got some water, put it over his head, put it over his body. Then we put the same clothes on him back, the underwear. We carried him out. They dug a grave. And before we got in, lower him down in the grave, one friend, Bunchi is his name, Marmorstein Bunchi. He was like a little, in between, religious, not religious, but very knowledgeable. He was very proud of himself. He was the kind of neutral guy when it come to you know, the ritual things. He went down to the grave to accept the body when we're going to lower him. He says, look at this. Look at this cone. Look what a place he's getting. They buried us, 8 of us, in a hole like this. What a comfort. I mean, you know, he meant to say, at least he has a place in a grave. And then we mark it for how lucky he was. Comparatively, what has happened to many of us, of millions of us, they never had even a chance to be buried. So this was just one of those smart remarks, you know, like facetiously. And this was going on for several months, but Bunchu said, you know what I mean? What a comfort we gave Mr. Cohen. At that time, we also went to the authorities and tried to locate the people, you know, from the family. And there was 2 guys involved, but they skipped town, and at that time, you couldn't find them. What has happened to them later years, nobody was looking for them, I'm sure. Anyway, and it was really, this was a very sad story. After all this happened, that a man comes home and he's asking if there is any things, any valuables what he's holding, what his wife left, that they literally butchered them up. It made no sense to me at all. Or they could have tell him nothing. Tell him that we have nothing. What was the purpose of doing that? But the purpose, it looks like, to me, could have been, because they were hateful people anyway. They were already, who knows what they were, what kind of atrocities they have been involved in.
What kind
So
of
here was a chance. They just cut him up. They cut his neck.
What kind of attitude did you find towards you when you returned to Kishvarda? Towards yourself, from the non-Jews in town?
There was all kinds of apologies and all kinds of explanations, how they were not aware what is taking place, and how what is happening to the people. They probably will start coming back as they do. There was coming back maybe every week 2 people, you know what I mean? There was 7,000 or 8,000 people in the ghetto. There was 3,900 in Asheville, and from all the towns, and they would be okay, and everything. And then I had another incident that I find my family's cow.
Who had the cow? Who was taking care of the cow?
A family. In the way I find the cow, I figured it out that they took us away, my parents, in somewhere in June, early June, end of May, early June. So from June to January, when I was home, end of January, the cow was a young cow. She probably still lives. She was a milking cow. I said to myself, let me go and find the cow. Who is my family's cow? I figured it out. If I go through a certain street where all the cows come from the fields or from the pasture, at that point, when they start going to the left and to the right and straight forward, I could find the cow if I go back where all the cows are together before they split up. Because once you split up, I don't know which street you're going to look for them. That's exactly what I did. And you know, I found the cow. I recognized the cow immediately. I followed the cow to her home because she had a new home. You know, a cow, if you take her out to a field of grazing, and after 3 days, 3 times walking her out, show her the way, she'll remember it forever. So instead of going home to the barn, to my parents, they were going to the family who took the cow from the barn. I went after it. And I told them, my name is Lerner, Harry, Herman. He says, I'm home. I came back from this, what has taken place. He says, how about giving me back the cow? And let me house the cow in a barn. And I could use myself the milk and maybe make some butter, whatever. a man was home and his wife. He went to the barn. Let me think about it, he says. He went to the barn, he came back with a pitchfork, with four forks. You know, it was four. He says, you getting no cow. Leave my territory in this minute, or I'll stab you.
We need to stop here. What did you do when you were threatened by the pitchfork, with the pitchfork?
I just looked him in his face and I told him that this is not right. I said, he knows very well that this is my cow. He has walked the cow out from my barn at the time when they took my family away, and he should just let me have the cow back. And he immediately went back to the barn for a minute. Let me think about it, he said. He came out with a big pitchfork. He says, all right, you want your cow or you want to be stabbed or killed? He says, this cow is my cow for a long time. It was never your cow. I says, this is my cow, I recognize it, and you know it. I never went back to ask for it.
How long did you stay in Kishvarda when you came back after the war?
I stayed in Kishvarda about 1945, 46, 47.
And what were you doing in those 3 years?
I was trying to establish myself in a little bit economically, so that I should be able to go on from there further and establish some kind of a life. But the main thing was to stay put all the time, those 2.5 years or so, is hoping that someone, somewhere, will show up and it will come back, because my information was there was an awful lot of people who were hospitalized right after liberation, and they were taken all over in many hospitals. And many people also was lost memory and lost those faculties, but he could recognize people, and they were in very bad shape, and they were laid up, and I was hoping somewhere, somehow, he's alive and will come back and let me make place for them. When they come home, they could find a place where to lay down their head. And that was mainly my purpose of staying that long in my town of Kishvarda. But after I have talked to so many people who did come in, did come back, a few, so many as a few, and there was no hope no more, then I said to myself, this place is not for me no more, I'm going to go.
And what were your plans?
My plans was just, it went step by step, not too many plans ahead. I made my way to France.
How did you get to France?
And to France, I asked the government of Uruguay to give me a visa to go to Uruguay and via Paris.
Why Uruguay? Why did you choose Uruguay?
Excuse me. The reason I chose the Uruguay is because there was some people who have relatives in Uruguay and who made contact with them right after the war, in the beginning months, and they started corresponding, and they were telling them that it's a place where there is peace, where there is opportunities, and there is a place where the people could come and be part of the country. And so that was the beginning of my moving on towards the West. So when I went to the consulate in Budapest, and secured the papers. Then I had to have a visa from Switzerland to go through again with this, but I had the paper from the consulate in Uruguay, so this was easy. So once I went to Switzerland through the railroad, with the train, and I went to Paris, and once I was in Paris, I had other ideas.
And what were they?
Because they were ideas who were, I contacted more people who were actually on waiting and making decisions and which way to go. Some of the boys and girls went to Israel. They said that's their home, that's where they're going to go. They want to build a country, they want to build a home. Never, no more will anything like this happen to us, and I am not interested in what's going on in the world or how well you could do. I said, I'm going to Israel. And they stuck to their own ideas. They did. And the other ones went to Australia because they had some contact, their relatives, friends, or went to Australia. And some of them went to America. And I was ready to go to Israel. But my problem was that I didn't go to Israel because I had a girlfriend at that time, and who was also basically about the same ideals she had like me. We understood each other very well. She was bright and smart and very good looking too. And all of a sudden I find myself that another boy got in the middle. Another young man who was about my age, maybe a year older. And that was that. And I suppose she dropped me, or she went with my other friend, this other fellow. His name was Gallup. Unfortunately, he passed away already since then. And I don't know if she lives. And they went to Israel. So I says, I'm going to stay put. I'm not going nowhere from Paris. I stayed there for 1 year. Then I made my way to America.
Why did you decide to come to America? We have to stop the tape. We had to stop to change the battery. You were talking, I had asked why you decided to come to America and leave Paris.
The reason I came to America, number one, was simple, that my very best friend, whose name is Morris, who lives in New Jersey, as I told you before, on Edison, New Jersey, he already made his way to America, and he tried to talk me into it. Don't go to Australia, don't go to Israel, because you don't need that agony now with breaking up with Judith, and just come to America because Philip is here. And Philip was a friend of mine, like I showed you, who eventually made very high office. He was very important. He was an interpreter in the Vatican between the Jewish leaders and the Pope. He taught several languages, and he's my best friend ever since we were babies. And so was Morris. And here I have two friends. I said, why don't I just go to America and rejoin my old friends and see what I could do there. All I know that when I arrive there, I will have to do the things to get ahead, what is hard work, what is maybe slow, maybe something what I'll find what I wouldn't like, but America is America, and I'll just go to America. And that's when I started working on that idea that I'm going to America.
And when did you come
Took
to
me
America?
1 year. In December the 1949.
And where did you go in America?
First of all, I didn't go there. They took me. They took me to Ellis Island. And I was there several days. I arrived December the 16th, 1949. 19th was my birthday. I had my birthday in Ellis Island, and I had to prove that I'm not going to be a burden of the authorities or of the government or of those institutions who are helping people, who are unfortunate, and I will not be, I should say, seek any kind of a help, medical or any other. And I was able to prove that by the people who backed me, my friends, and they have taken the responsibility, or the taking the necessary papers and satisfy the consulate that I will be an asset to this country of America. And I will not be the one who is going to be a burden to anyone. Well, it turned out to be, I was no burden to America.
What work did you find when you came here?
After about 2 or 3 days of being in this country, I had to go to the Bronx in New York, where my friend Morris was already had a little apartment or a little place where he living. He sublet a room, and I had to go there. And that was in the Bronx. I was in Delancey Street, in Brooklyn, and I did not know how to get to the Bronx because I simply couldn't even read English. And the simplest thing like stop and go, come or go, or whatever it is was totally strange to me. I've never learned English before, and it was totally strange, but I didn't speak Yiddish, Jewish. There isn't not too many people today, or even then, who speak Yiddish. But my mother language was Yiddish. I don't know if I mentioned that we spoke Yiddish in the house. In the outside, we spoke Hungarian. So here I spoke Yiddish, but I also was able to utter a few words in French, because I was in French, I was in Paris, and I lived there for 9 or 10 months, so I picked up some of the basic things. So here I was, a little French, and a well-spoken Yiddish, and a well-spoken Hungarian, but American or English I didn't know. So this was the man standing there at the platform, and he looked to me like a person who's either Middle Eastern or Jewish or whatever. And I was lucky with him, because I asked him if he speaks Yiddish. He says, certainly. And then he told me, rather. I says, wonderful. I says, sir, I says, will you please tell me which train do I take, or which way do I go if I go to the Bronx? He says, my son, he says, I'll tell you what, in Yiddish, I say, you come with me, and I'll let you out at the station where you want to go, 188th, 6th Street. And that was that. Got in with him in the train, and he started to ask me questions, and questions, and questions, like you are asking me the questions. That at that time in 49, 45 was the war over, and it was still fresh, everything what has happened, what has taken place. Certainly, they did not find too many people at that time who know the story firsthand. And he was just listening to me and gazing at it. How is it possible? I said, it's possible. He says, touch me. I was there. I'm alive. I'm talking to you. Believe me. I said, that's not possible. Yes, it is. He said, you want a job? I says, yes, I want a job. He says to me, I have a man who I work for. I am a production man and a foreman in a place where they do pleated skirts and novelty stitchings. Now, I am telling you this now because I know the expressions and I know the trade and I know what I'm talking about, but at that time I did not know nothing. For my part, it could have been anything he was telling me. But it turned out to be that kind of place He had. And he says, my boss is a Hungarian. He's already here many, many years in this country. And he needs people, probably will give you a job, the way I look at you. I says, I'll take it. He says, you come up this coming Monday. I'll be there 8 o'clock, but you could come anytime you please. He gave me the name of the company. He gave me the address, the telephone number. Next morning, I showed up. Not 8 o'clock, but I showed up 7:30. He wasn't even there. The shop used to start working at 8:45. He said he's coming in 8. I was there. He comes in I was there 7:30. I was a half hour before him. He says, what are you doing here in Yiddish? I said, look, I'm here to see what you offered me. Maybe it's real. And if it's real, maybe he's going to hire somebody else from 7:30 to 9. I said, I want to be the one who gets this job. I need it. She says, good thinking. And when he asked me to come in, introduce me, he says, here is this man. I met him. He speaks Hungarian. He went through the Holocaust and went through the whatever camps there was in Europe. Whatever happened to him, he tells you a story. He said, well, you should listen to, but not now. He said, now, I want you to give him a job. I says, so he tells him, he says, I'll give him a job even he doesn't tell me the story. We need men. And he put me to work immediately. And he put me to a table where he was doing side pleating. The skirts that you wear sometimes has a side pleats. And those side pleats has to be done by 2 men. One on the one side, who is an expert and knows how to do it, and the other one side, a helper, who could just do the manual work, pushing it around and pulling it, tying it up and everything. This man got to like me. And when he ran out of that work, what he originally hired me, the pleated skirts, and he said, would you want to stay with me? And I'll pay you 95 cents an hour, and I will teach you other things. He says, absolutely, I'll stay. He says, I learn whatever you want to teach me. And just let me stay. And he started teaching me all the things what he had going through his shop. He was a subcontractor who was working for the dress houses and the blouse houses. He was making trimmings on the blouses and trimmings on the dresses. He also was working for tuxedo shirts, make those pleats with the tucks, with the crochet edge. And he wanted to hold on to me the first way, because whenever he put me on a machine that I have never been there, in a half hour, I knew the job. But he says, I'll tell you something. For staying here, he says, you could stay and I will put you into the union. Once you put into the union, you'll earn $76 a week. Now that's a privilege, because I hire people who just work in 2-3 weeks and let them go, and then hire somewhere else for 2-3 weeks. If I have to pay union wages, then I also pay union dues. So before too long, he says, I'm going to pay you 76, I'm going to pay you 15 or 20 for the union, so that's almost $90, $95. And if I have to work you overtime, then it's even more. But you know what? He says, you are a landsman, that means you are a countryman, Hungarian. I'll give you an opportunity. And I stayed with him for about 3 months, and put me into the union, and I was a union member. Now this is a novelty works, and this novelty works, not one would have enough work to keep you working for weeks or months or years. It wasn't a ready-made garment where you set sleeves and that's all you do, or a waistband, that's all you do. It was a novelty. So if the manufacturer had novelties, he sent it over to the contractors. But there's all kinds of novelties. So he couldn't keep me on a job. He ran out of all the things what I learned to do he didn't have. And then, in the meantime, what happened, I find a girl,
Who was that?
Lily,
What was her last name?
Glock. I was introduced to a girl, and I tried to, meet this girl, in the garment center. She was also working there in the area. And I says, wow, I'm making 95 cents, and this man is promising me 76, plus he's going to give me some overtime. He says, hey, I said, I'm in business. I could make it, start making it anyway. Put me into the union, there I was, then I didn't have no work. I went down to the union and I took a job. And the job lasted for several days or several hours. As a matter of fact, in 1951, when this was the first year in this country when I was employed, I have here all the 10 W1s, so what is it?
W-2s.
At the W2s, 15 of them. Here I earned in the year of 1951, $165.03, and they took down in Social Security $17.80. And here I had a job by this particular manufacturer, Myerson's, I remember. I earned $507.23, and they took out for federal income tax, withheld $57. Then I have here another job I worked for several weeks, $237.77. They took out $28.80. Here I had a job, $15.08. It looks like I worked a half a day, then he probably kicked me out because I didn't do the work. Then I have here another one. I did $399.19, and I paid $45 Social Security. Here I have one place. This was a stitching and pleating company, West 38th Street. I earned $18. And then he said, well, I haven't got no more. This is all I asked the union just for somebody to help me out to do a job. And then here is another place that I earned probably no more than, I paid $1.60 in income taxes or Social Security and $35.15 for all my year. Here's another one I earned. What do you mean I earned? I earned $6.42. This place. And then another place I earned $75.59. They took out $1.13 and they took out $4.50. Then here is S&N Novelty Company. These are all novelty companies, by the way. I earned again $15.43, and probably that was one day's work. And then next day they told me they don't have no more. Here was one job, $106.86. They took out $10 for federal income taxes, and this was Savage pleading work, 57 West 38th Street. By the way, all these places were in one neighborhood. Here's another one where I earned $145.40. They took out $12.60 plus $2.18, and that was at Jack Wiener, another place. And this is Philip Gaffner. Here I earned $975. It looks like I stayed there several weeks. And they took out $14.63 and $99.60. Then one more, $274.20, and they took out $4.12. So all this and one more, but I earned $358. So it looks like that year I earned in 51 somewhere around $2,500, maybe between 17 places. But I never stopped in holding off for next week or next day for a job, because immediately when he said he hasn't got no more work, then I just went down to the union hall and I stayed in line. I registered in the first job I took, if I knew it or if I didn't know it. That's why I show you here that some places I earned just so little that they immediately told me, oh, I told the union man, the chairman, that he should send me an experienced man. Why did he send this dummy? I just kept quiet. I didn't say nothing. And he gave me an opportunity. I sit down. At least I tried. I learned a little bit. At night time, he says he hasn't got no more. I was off at the union, and I learned something. The next day, the same thing. Maybe the next day, I find a job for a week or for 2 weeks. Then I learned there. And in 1951, this was happening to me. This is all the earnings from 16 places.
And while you were working so many jobs, what was going on with your girlfriend, Lily?
I was courting her. When did I get married? 51? That was 51, right?
51.
In the meantime, I got married then. I got married in the meantime on this job.
And did you have
I
children?
find if I have children, certainly. I had a daughter, Connie.
When was she born?
She was born in 1951. 51? Yes, I told you that I got married already in 51. In 51 I got married, in 51 I had a child. Name is Connie, and who lives in Toronto, Canada. She is married and she has 4 children.
What are her children's names?
Her children's name is Jonathan, David, Robert, and Andrew. And her husband's name is Paul.
What's his last name?
Paul Adam, A-D-A-M, who was born in Hungary. At the age of 6 months, they brought him to Canada, and his parents are still alive. And he's a dermatologist, and he's very well known, and he's doing well. So that was my first daughter who got married
And what does
in
Connie
51.
do? What does Connie do?
Connie is basically trying to bring up children who will do well for themselves and well for the community and well for society. Her oldest son, who is 22, is in dentistry, and the second son, who is in Western University, has just taken the tests of be able to go again to medical school, it looks like, and the other 2 will do something but other than being doctors. So that's Connie and Paul and the 4 children. I could also mention that Connie, we moved to Asheville, entered the Miss Asheville pageant, and she made it. Then she entered the Miss North Carolina pageant, and she made it. And then she was sent to Atlantic City to compete for the Miss America pageant, and she just almost made it,
How did that
but not quite.
How did that make you feel that you came to America and you had a daughter who was competing in a Miss America pageant?
Proud. But also that I knew that this is America. So
And
a lot of things happen to people in America who were not particularly ready for the things that is happening. But this is America. Anything that happened to anyone, even all the good things.
what are your other children's names after Connie?
Mitchell,
And when was he born?
he was born in 1954. We had a pause there, it looks like. 54.
And where is he living now?
He lives in Toronto, Canada, and he's a graduate of York University, and he's has a PhD, a doctorate, and he teaches sociology, and he also teaches his special classes. He teaches about the Holocaust, about this is just for selected students who want to take up. He teaches several hours, one day during the week. So that's Mitchell, and he lives in Toronto. He works for York University as a professor. He got married and he has 2 children, a little boy and a little girl. Don't ask me what their name is,
Okay.
because my son will listen to this, and if I don't just rattle off the name in a second, you know what I mean, he would probably be upset with me. But Lishi is the little boy, and don't ask me what the name is the little girl. Daniele. My goodness, I'm lucky. But they could have named Lishi Joseph or John or Jack, and I would have remembered it forever, you know what I mean? Or they could have named the little girl Susie or whatever, you know. There would have been no problem, but they named her Daniele. It's too fancy of a name, but I now remember it.
We need to take a tape break here.
talking about your children, and you said Connie and Mitchell, and that you had 2 other children. And what are their names?
Vivian is my second daughter,
And when was she born?
and she was born in 1900, and I know that she's about 34 years old, whenever 34, 61, 62, something like that.
And where
I
did she
should know better. I could look it up, but everything what I have to remember, you know, sometimes I got to think about it. Anyway, she's Vivian, her name, and they have one more son who is younger than her.
What is his name?
His name is Joseph, and he's the baby, and he's living in New York City.
And what does Joseph do?
Joseph, he's a lawyer. He was just admitted to the bar in New York about 2 weeks ago, on Monday, or yesterday was a week ago, excuse me. Yesterday, a week ago, I think he was admitted to the bar, and he's working for a firm, for a very large accounting firm, who uses him as a lawyer on certain things what it requires. A lawyer looks over certain documents or whatever it is. He's not particularly happy, but he will work his way out.
And where does Vivian live?
Vivian lives in Muncie, New York. Muncie is a very religious neighborhood where Orthodox Jewish people have settled down, and she has decided to be Orthodox, even though that at an early age she was not. But something has happened on the way. She met a young man who was going to a lecture in New York City, and she was going to the same lecture in New York City, and they have decided that they will go in the traditional Jewish way.
And what is his name?
His name is Relkin, David Relkin.
And do they have children?
They have 5 children.
Should we try their names?
Why not? The oldest boy is Avrumi. The oldest girl is Rivki. That's the only names I know. Then the 3rd boy is Yaakov. The 3rd child, who is a boy, is Yaakov. Then the 4th child is a boy. His name is Yeshua. And then the 5th child is Dina. She was named after my sister, who I lost in Auschwitz. Those are the 5 children. Her husband is also an attorney. He works in the Empire State Building. He works for his father, who is also an attorney. And if they ever make him a partner, he'll make a living. I hope they will.
When did you move to Asheville?
1959.
And why did you choose Asheville?
Because I had a friend in Greenville, South Carolina, who moved to Greenville in a job, and that particular job was the type of work what I used to do in New York, the novelty stitching, and then he secured for me that I will do the work in New York City, and for this particular firm, whose name was Salovay Brothers. They were very big in the type of work what I was doing, those novelty type of work on the garments. Then, as they used to send up the work to me, and I sent it back to him, there was a lot of delays, waiting for the bus to come in with the packages, or go out and send the packages back to the bus or on the train. It took too long to process it, And one day he called me in and he says, Harry, why in the world do you travel back and forth to Oceanside or Island Park where you live? He says, why don't you go down to the south, to Greenville, South Carolina, and open up a factory, and you're going to do the same thing for me there on all of my garments. Plus, he says, I will give you work to actually manufacture ladies ready to wear. So you'll have two kinds of trades, two kinds of things, so there will be the seasons much longer. And you could maybe be successful at it, because I see that you do fine work. So at that time we decided that since Maris already lives here in Greenville, let me go down to visit one day. We had a 1951 Oldsmobile, a gray Oldsmobile, 4-door. Lily, my wife, we got into the car. We had a babysitter with the children. We had 2 children then, Connie and Mitchell. We got in the car and we went to see America, because I've never seen America until I got out of town for New York or Long Island. And that was a revelation to me, to see America as beautiful as it is. And people live, and people do well, and they're normal. I said, what's wrong with America? Why do I have to live in New York City to make the train every day, 80 miles a day, and running all the time to every train? I could hardly catch my breath. Lily, my wife, told me, you're going to one of these days get a heart attack. Take a later train. So I took a later train. I still had to run. Come home later and do your job. I still stayed longer, and I still run to the train. So when this opportunity came, that Mr. Salovay called me in the office, and he told me he's offering me this opportunity, that he'll provide me with work, all kinds of work. I said, let's go down to Maris and really find out what is at stake. When we came to the Blue Ridge Mountains, that were from Greensboro or Winston-Salem, more west, all of a sudden these mountains opened up to my wife, Lily, and they opened up to me too. But I am not such a terrible nature lover, but she was, because her home back in Hungary was this kind of terrain where we have found here. They were in the wine growing business, and they lived in Tokay, what is very famous in the wines, and that's the kind of area she lived and grew up. And when she saw this area, she fell in love with it and told me, she says, Lily tells me, Harry, I said, we are moving to Asheville. I says, what? I says, yes, we are moving to Asheville. Moving to Asheville, what? I says, because I like this place. I says, how do you know that I could find a place to establish myself? How do you know that you like this place where Maris lives? How do you know all these things? He says, I made up my mind, I don't have to see nothing. We'll make it. That was that, and we made it.
What kind of Jewish community did you find here when you moved to Asheville?
We find a Hungarian rabbi who was rated on the decision when we came to Asheville, to the stand. Then I try to find out, I says, who lives here, how many people live here, what kind of congregation they have, what kind of community this is, whatever it is. And they told me, Mr. Lerner said, we have a Hungarian rabbi, a priest, whoever it is. I went to visit him, and that was that. So he gave us the picture, and the picture looked pretty good for someone to come in here who was also Hungarian, and Lily was Hungarian, to settle down and to make a life for myself and for my family.
And what was important to you in raising your own children? What did you want to teach them?
Well, honesty was number one. I always preached my children, you do something, tell me what you did, and I ask you. Don't tell me another thing, don't make up a story. Honesty will be with you, and it will carry through your life, because you could never say a lie and not to forget it. If you tell the truth, that will always be right. So basically I was trying to teach them honesty, good citizenship, speaking softly, and do the things what they have to do, obey authority, such as the teachers, do your homework, do your assignment, don't fall behind, and learn how to get along with people, and all these things, if I recall it right, was very important to me, that they should also be able to look at people in their faces and talk to them and not to be shy, and speak up. If you have a question, ask. If you have a problem, discuss it with your parents and or your teachers. In fact, if you cannot do it, then go out and get help.
And how important was a Jewish education in your mind?
The Jewish education was very shallow, considering this little town of Asheville, North Carolina. There was no Jewish schools, so they couldn't go to Jewish schools, but they went to the public schools. And after public school, several times a week, 3 times a week, the rabbi would give them extra lessons. And I have teach them to read from the very beginning, and I have made them read on their own when they got a little bit more fluently. I made them sometimes have the prayers recite, especially on Friday nights and on Saturday. At that time, I was still in the belief that is very, very important to be an observer. And then later on, as years passed by, I think about it too much, and I said, well, I could still be a good person if I rode the car to services. I could still be a good Jew if I accidentally mix up a dish. I would not let them or myself outright eat those things what is totally forbidden for a Jewish person to eat, but I was laxed a little bit, and that worked out okay because the children were not restricted so much from their fellow friends.
And how has your experience affected your belief in God?
That's a very difficult answer to give you here in a little time. I'm still struggling with the question. I'm sure there is a God, and I'm sure there is somebody is in charge, but everyone else has a lot of questions, so do I, and I don't know if God is really worried for the Jewish people only and neglecting everyone else, like some of the Jewish people would say that the whole world is existing because of certain prayers that a person utters. I am telling them that God, if there is a God, and I'm sure there is, He does not make no difference for peoples. Good or bad is your problem. As far as God is concerned, He will just consider you as a person and what you are made of. As a matter of fact, Connie, my daughter, who was Miss Asheville and Miss North Carolina, before she entered that particular trying to make Miss Asheville was a strange thing to us, to Lily, to my wife, and to me. A Jewish girl to go out and compete for the crown. What is it going to do to her? What is it going to lead to? Be our open for for the whole city, for the whole town, or for the whole country. We don't know where she's going to end up, but we decided we will let her enter that, and it will be no problem whatsoever in her personal development as going to be an adult. But before this, we entered her in a school. What you will wonder a little bit now, when I tell you, you might be shocked. I entered her to a school, to a Catholic school, in this town.
Because?
Because the education was such high level there that it was uncomparable to any other education. The devotion and the love and the consideration of every child was the school's main objective. They did not consider you Jewish or non-Jewish, but it was a Catholic school. And Connie, all during the years she attended the school, every year in the high school, she made every honor that there was to be given in the school. At her, she was a spokesman for the classes, for the class and for the classes. She was president of the body, the school body. She was a coach to the basketball team, and to every sport she was there. And she did the homework for many, in fact neglecting her own. Then they had to scramble to catch up with her own work. And when she was through with St. Genevieve, she was a very happy person. And we were very happy that it turned out to be no problem. As a matter of fact, the last year, when the school, before it finished, they had a play on Christmas time, and she played the plays of Mary. And she was a fantastic Mary.
Why did you decide to do this interview for the Shoah Foundation?
Mainly for the reason, for the records, that what has happened has never happened in the history of mankind, anywhere, anytime. This was something, but it is shocking and ununderstandable. You cannot understand it normally, what has happened here, that a whole world has turned their back for a few Jewish people on earth. 6 million Jews facing maybe 600 million not Jews, or 2 billion, I don't know, whatever it was. That how was it possible that the people were sitting silent and not to let them be heard in the Jewish behalf? This country, America, that I love dearly, I really do. I'm an American, I guarantee you for that. And I'm a good American too. I have, and I'm not going to tell you of all the glories, what I achieved in this town, but everyone knows me, and everyone knows me for the things I've done for this community. But what I mainly decided to do this, to let the world know so that they could remember, or they will have the remembrance anywhere, anytime, that you cannot just sit down while others are being hurt. That you have to go out and do what you can do, humanly possible, to look out for your brother or your sister. And nothing like this should ever occur no more on this earth.
Thank you very, very much for doing the interview.
Thank you. This is the book, what you're looking at, is named Reishis Chachma. Reishis Chachma means that the first thing you have to be aware of, that you keep your wisdom, or you look at things with wisdom. This is the book what my father has received from his professor when he got married as a gift. When I came back from the labor camp in 1945, I have found this book just laying around, and this is the book where he also entered his children as they were born. Kept going on the right-hand side from the top, who was my oldest brother, to the youngest one who was on the bottom, and there is registered 8 children of his. One managed to stay alive by miracle. I don't know why, but I'm here.
Okay.
On the left, on the picture, shows my brother Pinchas, and on the bottom, underneath that picture, is my younger brother, who was the youngest in the family, was Tuli, and on the right-hand side of the picture is my father. The pictures was taken somewhere around 39 or 40s. The picture on the bottom shows me, Harry Lerner. The picture was taken in Hungary, in Kisvárda, sometimes in 1947 or 48. Above my picture, Harry Lerner's pictures, is my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, and my brother's kid, and also my sister-in-law's sister. On the one on the left side on the bottom is my brother Lipa and his wife Miriam, and his 3 girls, Eve and Susan and Carol. And the middle girl, who is Eve, survived the Holocaust, and she lives in Switzerland as of today.
So it was,
This picture shows on the right-hand side my brother-in-law, who married my sister and made through Auschwitz, went through the Holocaust and survived, and he's the one who came home and told me all about it. His name is Tuli. And the one on the left-hand side is my brother's daughter, the only one who survived that family, and her name is Eve. Picture was taken in 1947 or 8. This picture shows my brother's wife Miriam or Maria, and that picture shows my sister Dina, and this picture was taken sometimes in 1939. On the left side is Dina, my sister. Picture was taken sometimes in Hungary in 1939. This picture was taken from my brother Tuli in Kisvárda, Hungary, around 1941, and he was the youngest one in the family, and his name is Tuli. He did not survive the Holocaust. This picture was taken from my sister Dora, D-O-R-A. It was taken sometimes in 1939, 38, and she was taken to Auschwitz. She was 6 months pregnant. She never made it back, and her name was Dora or Dina. This picture is showing my brother Joseph, who was the second one in the family, being born to my mother and father. And this is a free ticket or a monthly ticket on the railroad. He could travel all month, every day, every night, back and forth. And you will see on this picture shows 1944 March. That was the last time that he used this ticket, and he used it for the purpose of traveling from one city to another for his purposes of buying the merchandise what he was involved. And his name is Joseph Lerner. This picture shows my brother Joseph and his wife Miriam when they got married. Several weeks or days later they made this picture, and this was taken in Debrecen, Hungary in 1941. This picture shows the forced laborers as they were taken to several and different jobs in groups of 20, 18 to 22 people in one group who were posing for me because I was the one who was sitting on the wagon with the horses. I had an opportunity to take this picture and I keep it ever since. These people are, I do not remember the names, but it was taken in Santander, Hungary in 1944, around April or May. No, May or June. This picture will show you my wagon and the horses that I was carrying around my officer who was in charge of 220 forced labor people. And he was a person who was very considerate, and he almost suffered with us a little bit. That on the right-hand side is another boy who was his personal servant for the officer, and I am the one who was driving the horses and taking him from place to place. This is the way we were coming and going. The officer's name was Szalai Géza. Szalai Géza, and he was a humanitarian. This picture was taken from my wife Lily on the left side, and I am Harry Lerner on the right side. It was taken from us during the ceremony of our wedding. It was taken about 1950, somewhere in April or May, in Brooklyn, New York. This picture shows my daughter Vivian on the left side as a bride and just about having her canopy, going under the canopy to marry her husband David Ralkin, and this was taken about 12 years ago or so. The picture was taken in New York City. The person on the left side wearing a navy shirt, wearing glasses, is my oldest son. His name is Mitchell Lerner. The one next standing to him in a plaid shirt is Jonathan Adam, who is the son of my daughter Connie. And then the one next standing to him in the short sleeve T-shirt is Robert. And Robert is the son of Connie, my daughter. After that is my sister-in-law, my daughter-in-law, Leah, who is the wife of Mitchell. She is standing between David and she's standing between Robert. Then next to Leah is standing David. David, who is the son of Connie, and he is hugging Connie on her picture, or on the picture. Then next to that is I just skip my mind. Andrea Adam, who is the daughter of Connie, and she's standing next to Connie, and Connie is in a white shirt. Andrea is a striped shirt. Next to Andrea is me, my name Harry Lerner, and then in the front of me, on the right hand of me, is standing my grandchild, who is Leah's and Mitchell's daughter, and her name is Danielle. And next to Danielle, next to also to my son Mitchell, is standing Lishi, a little red-headed boy who is 5 years old. Made a picture in 1997 in Toronto, Canada. This is my son Joseph, and this is his wife Dahlia, and this is the picture of the little baby who is named after my wife Lily. The picture was taken in 97. This picture was taken here in the house at 42 Elk Mountain Scenic Highway in my den. I am sitting in the middle, that means Harry Lerner, and then my 10 grandchildren all around me is posing for this picture. Unfortunately, I do not have 2 more grandchildren. They were not here at the time. But there is my 10 grandchildren who I'm very, very proud of them, in each one of them. Each one of them are just a gem, everyone. And I am sitting in the middle and smiling to look around at myself at what this thing brought us. My grandchildren. Thank you. This is my wife, Lily, on this picture, showing on the right-hand side, holding her hands on one of my grandchildren, of Jonathan. And next to her, I am standing, Harry Lerner. Behind me is standing Vivian, my daughter, and then also Joseph, my son, next to Vivian, my daughter. And then next to Joseph is my grandson, David, and David is holding on to my son, Mitchell, on this picture. And this was made in 1985, about. My wife